把我删了吧，不要惊讶，文明令我发出这句话，天黑之前再讲一句晚安吧，把我删了吧。
So ito kasi yung ito na yung bagong press release. Ang bagong press release is this. Tungkol pa rin to dun sa distab. Okay. Ang bagong press release, mga kotsero, is this. Si Digong na raw ang nagkusang lumapit para makipag-ayos kay Presidente. Yan yung bagong press release, guys. Yan ang bagong press release. Panoorin ngayon natin yung bagong press release ni attorney Harry Roque. Okay, panoorin natin to, guys. Wait lang, baka nasa
Nauna na po si FPRRD na magpahiwatig na nais niyang makipag-ayos kay PBBM. Ito po ay sinabi niya sa isang press conference na naganap dyan po sa Davao City, no, na dinaluhan ng mga Davao City. Tatlong bagay ang sinabi ni PRRD. Una-una, pinasinungalingan niya na siya may kinalaman sa kahit anong distab. Ang sabi niya, sino namang lukulukong mga militar at pulis ang pupunta sa kanya para sumuporta sa distab? Siya'y tapos na, wala na sa kapangyarihan, may baston na. Pangalawa, siyempre nakiusap siya para kay Pastor Quiboloy, yung kanyang programa na pinagbawal, na sinuspend ng MTRCB. Sabi niya, wala naman siyang bana talagang ginagawa kay PBBM, no? If at all, mga observation lang on state policies, pero talagang consciously hindi naman niya binabanatan si PBBM. Kaya nais niyang makipag-usap, miski indirectly kay PBBM tungkol dito sa issue ng SMNI kasi malinaw naman, talaga namang ginigipit ang SMNI. At kahit balik-balik na rin natin ang MTRCB at saka ang NTC, sa ilalim pa rin niya ng ehekutibo, no? So, kikilalanin pa rin nila ang kapangyarihan ng presidente. At pangatlo, siyempre, sabi niya, wala na siyang plano sa politika. Kasi siyempre, yung ilang mga diehard na loyalists, kinukonsidera na banta pa rin si PRRD kasi baka pumasok pa sa politika.
Hindi,
sabi
promise,
niya,
hindi.
pagod na siya. So ayaw na niya bumalik sa politika. So malinaw po ang sinabi ni PRRD, wala siyang kinalaman sa distab. Gusto niya makipag-usap kay PBBM tungkol sa pagigipit sa SMNI at sa kanyang kaibigan na si Quiboloy at wala na siyang planong bumalik sa politika.
Okay, wait, bago natin tuloy. Parang nakakatawa lang yung comment ni Attorney Harry Roque tungkol dun sa distab. Bakit? Bago natin ipagpatuloy ang ating mga pinag-uusapan ngayon, mga kotsero, as usual, ay mag-shoutout muna tayo sa mga kaibigan natin sa Sendwave. Yan. So kayo po ay nasa US, UK, Canada, Italy, France, Spain, Ireland, Belgium. Ay pwede na po ay magpadala na inyong mga remittances sa Pilipinas gamit po ang Sendwave. Ang gagawin nyo lang ay download ang Sendwave app at gawa kayo ng account. Lagay nyo ba account details dyan at pwede na ay magpadala sa GCash, cash pickup at iba't ibang mga pawn shop. Yun nga, cash pickup pala yun. At iba't ibang mga bangko sa Pilipinas. At kapag ginamit nyo rin na yung promo code na Coach Jared, ayan sa taas. Sa inyo pong unang padala ay makakuha kayo ng karagdagang $20 free credit. Kaya mga kotsero, gamitin na po si Sendwave for all of your remittance needs. Sa kanya kasi nanggaling yun. So medyo weird lang na sasabihin niya na, nagkomento na si FPRRD tungkol sa distab. Pinasinungalingan niya yung distab. Eh di ikaw pala yung pinasinungalingan niya. Kasi sa kanya nang galing yun eh. My informant revealed that the president was dismayed by the destabilization rumor allegedly involving retired military officers and FPRRD. In reaction, Marcos started having second thoughts about completely disengaging with the ICC. Attorney, it's sa'yo nang galing kasi yun eh. Sa'yo po nang galing, attorney, yung chismis nung ano. Or hindi naman sa kanya nang galing yung chismis. Sa kanya nang galing yung expose ng Destab. So it's really quite interesting, mga kotsero, na sinabi po dito ni Attorney Harry Roque na pinasinungalingan daw ni Digong yung rumors tungkol sa Destab. Kasi siya yung nag-expose ng rumors ng Destab. Ay, nako. Sabi ko sa inyo, mga kotsero, yung press conference na yung Digong, it really, ano yun eh, it's very damaging sa napakaraming propaganda na ikinalat ng mga DBS. Lalo yung mga DBS, yung mga balahurang supporters nila. Ngayon, hirap silang kumambyo. Hirap silang kumambyo. Yung isa, ang sabi, maghintay pa tayo ng 2 years. Ganun, lalabas din daw yung video. Natawa ako doon sa isang explanation eh. Ang sabi niya sa explanation, yung ano, isang interpretation niya sa sinabi ni Digong is, Digong is a lawyer, so his language has to be precise. Hindi raw sinabi ni Digong na walang video. Sinabi daw niya, hindi pa raw niya nakikita. Yun. Okay, now we're arguing semantics. Kasi naalala ko, nung pinanood yung video, nagtatanong pa lang yung reporter, sumagot agad si Digong, ang sabi niya, wala yan. Doon ang unang-una niya sinagot. Wala yan. Tapos, ang sunod niya sinabi, kung cocaine lang, ang daming mayor na nagko-cocaine dito. Tama? Parang ganun eh. Ang daming mayor na nagko-cocaine. He categorically said, wala yan. Wala yan, sabi ni Digong. Kung meron man, matagal nang lumabas yan. It's very categorical eh. It's very categorical. So, I guess, ano na dyan? Spin na yon, paikot na yon para mabawasan yung damage. Tapos, ang gagawin nila ngayon, magpapakita sila ng picture ni Digong na kumakain ng pulboron. Kasi hanggang doon na lang ang pwede nilang gawin eh. Pang-asar. Doon na lang gagawin nila. Papakita sila ng picture ni Digong na kumakain ng pulboron. Kasi hindi sila makapagpalabas ng video eh. Palabas kayong video, maniniwala kaming lahat. Ako, maniniwala talaga ako. At I'm true to my word kapag nakapagpakita kayo ng authenticated video na si PBBM ay nagko-cocaine. I will say this categorically. I will withdraw my support sa Marcos at Duterte and I will even call for their impeachment. So yun. So ngayon, cambio-cambio ko lang na. Same is true. Ang basa ko dito, ganun din kay Attorney Harry. Dumadamage control siya. How? Ang ginagamit niya ngayon pang damage control, etong sinabi ni Digong na makikipag-ayos siya kay PBB. Yun.
Ang tanong, ano naman kaya ang magiging ulo ni BBM?
No, see? Yun ang spin. Yun ang spin. Ang tanong, ano ngayon ang magiging tugon ni PBBM?
Actually, hindi si PBBM ang nagsalita, kundi si PCOO Secretary Garafil. Alam niyo po, importante na siya ay PCOO Secretary. Ibig sabihin yan, siya ay head ng departamento na nakipag-ugnayan sa media. Pero hindi po siya spokesperson, ha? So napakahirap na tanggapin ang salita ni Garapil bilang salita na rin ng presidente. Kasi sabi ng presidente, nung siya kumakandidato pa, hindi na niya kinakailangan ng spokesperson dahil siya mismo magsasalita para sa kanyang sarili. Pero ang sabi nga ni Secretary Garapil, kahit kailan ay makikipag-usap si PBBM kay FPRRD. No? At ang sabi nga, patapos na magsalita ng ganyan si PRRD, ay tatawag si PBBM. Well, ako naman po, bilang dating tagapagsalita ni FPRRD, malalaman ko kung tumawag na. Wala pa po akong informasyon na nakalat na tumawag na talaga si PBBM kay PRRD kung gusto makipag-usap ni PRRD. So, sa ngayon po, wala akong informasyon na naganap na ang pagpupulong. No? So, ang assumption ko, hindi pa nagaganap ang pagpupulong.
Okay. So, is it necessary? Masisira po ba ang babagsak po ba ang ekonomiya pag hindi nakapagpulong si PBBM at si FPRRD? Tataas po ba ang krimen kapag hindi nakapagpulong si PBBM at si FPRRD? Tataas po ba ang on the other hand, tataas po ba ang ating gross national product kapag nakapag-usap si PBBM at si FPRRD? I don't think it's a matter of national importance. So what? Kasi ngayon mga kotsero, ang gusto nilang positioning doon sa message ay ini-snub ni PBBM si FPRRD. Okay, pakinggan nyo pa. Maririnig nyo yan habang pinapanood nyo.
Sa totoo lang po, bukas meron kami dapat schedule na pagpupulong ni Presidente dito sa Maynila, pero last minute po na-cancel. No? Pero importante naman po yung nangyari na nauna na si FPRRD na kumbaga gumawa ng hakbang para makipag-ayos o maayos ang gusot sa paning nila na dalawa ni PBBM. Kahanga-hanga yan. Bakit? Mas matanda si FPRRD. So sa ating kultura, yung bata ang siyang nagpapakumbaba pagdating sa mga matanda. Talaga naman pong nagpakumbaba si FPRRD nung sinabi niya na gusto niya makipag-usap. Pero sa tingin ko, kung talaga matutuloy ang pag-uusap dyan, lilinawin na rin ni FPRRD kung ano talaga ang plano ni PBBM pagdating sa ICC. Dapat usapang tapat, man to man. Kung nabalitaan nyo na po, dahil dito sa mga Houthi, ang mga barko po ngayon na nagdadala kasama ng langis, hindi na dumadaan sa Gulf of Aden. Umiikot na sila sa Africa. So, ibig sabihin niyan, natin-triple na ang cost of transportation ng mga langis natin. Yan po ay magta-translate sa mas mataas na presyo na naman ng langis. At pag tumaas ang presyo ng langis, lahat ng presyo ng bilihin, tataas na naman. Bukod pa dyan, mukhang lumalala po. Dahil talagang nagtutuko na sa panik po ng Hezbollah dyan sa border ng Lebanon at ng Israel at ng Amerika. Dati, mga pakunti-kunti lamang tutukan. Pero ngayon, all-out tutukan na po. So, bukod sa Gaza, pumutok na po yung labanan sa panig ng Israel at sa parte ng Lebanon. Ang mga lumalaban doon ay suportado ng Iran. Alam naman natin na ang Iran din ay isang major oil exporting country. No? Fasten your seatbelts po dahil matindi po ito kapag kumalat ang gulo sa gitnang silangan at ngayon po sa ayaw at gusto natin dahil sa ginagawa ng Houthi na hindi na dumadaan ng mga barko ngayon sa Gulf of Aden, talaga pong tataas ang presyo ng langis at petrolyo at ang presyo ng lahat pa ng bilihin. So sa panahon nito, tingin ko, dapat pagsamantalahan na ni PBBM itong pagkukumbaba ni FPRRD at mag-solid puwersa na sila uli, magkaisa na sila uli, nang sa ganon, pag nagkakaisa sila ng Pilipino, mas mahaharap natin ang pagsubok, lalong-lalo na sa pagtaas na naman ng presyo dahil dito sa lumalala at lumalawak ng gulo sa gitnang silangan. Congratulations po kay Baby Sara, pinaka-trusted.
Siyempre. Papalakpak yung ano.
Pa rin po ang pinakamataas pa rin ang approval rating ni Baby Sara. At hindi po nagpatuloy yung pagbaba sa kanyang trust at approval rating. Tumaas po siya ng 3%. Ibig sabihin, bagamat mayroong margin of error na 3%, tumaas na po po, dati bumaba siya ng 2 nung third quarter. Sa fourth quarter, nabawi na niya. At sa ngayon po ay tumataginting na 74% ang approval rating. Pinakamataas pa rin sa lahat ng mga nanunungkulan. Ibig sabihin, buti nga, kahit anong ipukul nyo kay BP Sara, tayo patuloy lang nanindihan at patuloy na pinagkakatiwalaan at patuloy na happy ang mamamayan ng BP Sara. Incidentally, ang pinakamababa po sa survey si House Speaker Martin Romualdez. Sana naman matanggap niya ang mensahe na ayaw ng taong bayan ang ginagawa niya na sobrang pamumulitika. Abay, hindi pa nga tapos ang galit ng taong bayan sa sobrang pamumulitika. Ayan na naman, People's Initiative for a Fee. Mantakin niyo, signatures for sale. Kasi ba naman ang pagbabago
grabe
ng
si
batas,
si Harry
ibibigay
Roque.
nila. Baboy na po ang ginagawa nila. Binababoy nila yung konsepto ng people power sa pamamagitan ng People's Initiative.
Wait lang. Huwag natin pansinin yung sa huli. Kasi hindi naman yan yung topic. Tsaka na topic na natin yung People's Initiative nung una alam nyo na yung opinion ko dyan. Ay, alam nyo natawa. Alam nyo kung ba't ako napahagalpak doon sa parte ng ano. Yung nagkwento ng mahabang-mahaba si former spokes ng ano, tungkol sa Houthi, tapos umiikot yung mga barko sa kabilang side, sa kabilang side ng Africa, mas mahaba na yung tinatahak na biyahe, etc. etc. Tapos nagpuputukan na yung Hezbollah, tsaka yung Israel, etc. etc. So, hindi may ganung kwento, no? Geopolitics, etc. etc. Di ba? Tapos all of a sudden, biglang sasabihin, kaya dapat i-take advantage na ni PBBM itong pagpapakumbaba ni FPRRD. Alam niyo ba't ako natawa doon? Anong connect? Ano pong connect, Attorney Harry? Bakit? Anong connect ni PBBM sa Hezbollah? Anong connect niya sa Israel? At sa Houthi? Pag ba nag-usap si BBBM at si FPRRD, magkakaroon ng kapayapaan sa Gaza? Sorry na. Pero nakakatawa kasi. Ay, sorry na, Attorney Harry. Alam niyo, binoto ko to si Attorney Harry Roque eh. Alam niyo, ang galing niya. No wonder siya yung spokes ni PRRD nung panahon niya. No wonder. No wonder. Ang galing niya magpaikot ng kwento. Seriously. Really. Deserve niyo po maging spokes. Deserve niyo po, sir. Deserve niyo po. Ang galing nung paikot niya, di ba? You have to admire the guy. I mean, whether you agree or disagree kay Attorney Harry Roque, you have to admire the guy. Bakit? Kasi, number 1, yung pagkakapahiya niya doon sa sinabi ni Digong ng distab, naipaikot niya. Anong paikot niya? Si FPRRD na nga, siya na nga yung matanda. Siya pa yung siya pa yung lumalapit. Sa kultura natin, dapat yung mas bata ang nakikipag-ayos. Siya dapat ang nagpapakumbaba. Tapos siya pa yung hindi namamansin. You have to admire the guy. Only a creative mind can think of such stuff. Seriously. Ang galing nung paikot, guys. Ang galing, promise. Ang galing talaga, promise. You have to admire the guy. Doon sa effort na yun. Ano pa? Yung sinabi niya na tawag dito. Ngayon pa ako naisip kanina, nakalimutan ko tuloy. Ayun nga, yung yung nagkakaputukan na raw sa Israel tsaka sa Gaza, tapos nagkakaproblema sa pagtaas ng presyo ng bilihin dahil sa Houthi, tapos may Iran pa daw na nakisama sa na biggest oil producer, etc. etc. Alam niyo yung pinapatungkulan niya doon, mga kotsero? Simple lang, China. Bakit? Kasi mas mahal ang presyo ng bilihin kapag umikot ka nga naman sa mas malayong lugar para lang makapagbagsak sa'yo ng commodities. Diba? Tapos si China, si Iran, kasama sa BRICS. Diba? Yun yung ibig niyang sabihin na i-take advantage ni PBBM yung pagpapakumbaba ni Digong. Para ma-connect tayo ulit sa China. Yun o yan. Why will he go to the rhetoric? Why will he go to the rhetoric of all of that? Kung hindi niya patutungkulan na mayroon tayong malapit na trading partner na China. Kung saan, close na close ang FPRRD kay Xi Jinping. Kaya i-take advantage daw yung pagpapakumbaba. Alam niyo ba mga kotsero, di ba umapila sa Court of Appeals ang SMNI? Alam niyo ba na-dismiss yung kaso? Alam niyo ba na-dismiss yung kaso ng SMNI sa Court of Appeals? Bakit? Maling venue. Maling venue. Kasi mga kotsero, meron nung doctrine sa law. Alam naman to ng mga abogado ng SMNI. I'm sure alam nila to. Kaya nagtataka rin ako nung una, ba't sila dumiretso ng Court of Appeals? Kasi mga kotsero, meron nung doktrina sa ating law. Ang tawag po doon, the doctrine of primary jurisdiction. Ano ba ibig sabihin ng doctrine of primary jurisdiction? Kapag meron hong mga complaints or tulad niyan, merong apela sa desisyon ng isang quasi-judicial body, kailangan muna masettle yan sa quasi-judicial body. Ganun yan. Sa ahensya ho muna. O doon sa body na quasi-judicial, dapat mo munang isettle yun, yung kaso na yun. Doctrine of primary jurisdiction. Bakit? Kasi ibig sabihin, kasi nirerespeto ho ng korte ang expertise ng mga iba't ibang ahensya ng ating gobyerno. So, dapat kung umapila sila, hindi ho sila aapila sa Court of Appeals. Aapila ho nila yung kanilang suspension na 30 days sa NTC. Sa NTC ho muna. Bago ho sa Court of Appeals. Actually, RTC nga muna. Bago ka mag-Court of Appeals. Or baka dumaan ka pa ng baka dumaan ka pa ng Office of the President. Bago ka umabot sa court, sa RTC. Ang layo pa ng steps mo. Bago ka umabot pa sa RTC. So, ngayon, alam naman ng mga abogado ng SMNI yun. Kaya natataka ako nung unang nag-appeal sila. Hindi sa NTC, nag-appeal sila sa Court of Appeals. Weird. Alam naman nila yun eh. Alam naman nila yun. And alam nyo mga kotsero, hindi ako naniniwala na na bobo yung mga abogado ng SMNI. No, they're not. The fact that they're lawyers, it means that they already have the intellectual capacity. Except for Lenny Robredo. To be smart. To be smart. Pero, diba? Hindi ko alam, baka iba yung atake nila. Ayokong lagyan ng mali siya yung ginawa nila na yun. Pero, baka iba lang yung nila. Yun na lang sasabihin ko. So, kaya yun. So, it's really weird. So, kaya sinabi nga ni Attorney Harry Roque, ginigipit ng SMNI. Kaya si FPRRD, kakausapin rekta si PBBM. Kasi, NTC ay under the executive. Ayun na nga mga kotsero. So, meron tayong tinatawag nga na doctrine of primary jurisdiction. So, alam ni Attorney Harry Roque, sinabi nga niya eh. Sabi ni Attorney Harry Roque, kaya nga ro kakausapin ni FPRRD si PBBM dahil under na executive ang NTC at MTRCB. So, Alam nila yun. Kaya nga, it's interesting for me nung dumiretso sila sa Court of Appeals. Medyo parang, ano kaya yung strategy nila? Napaisip ako nun. Pero okay lang. Tapos, so yun. So this is really a very interesting development kay Attorney Harry Roque. Na una, ang positioning nila ngayon si PBBM is ignoring FPRRD. Parang ganun. Tinatabla, kumbaga. Kasi ito na nga lumalapit na nga sa'yo Ayaw mo pang kausapin, ayaw mo pang lapitan, ayaw mo pang mag-react. Siya na nga, mas bata ka dyan. Siya, yung matanda na nga lumapit sa'yo, ayaw mo pang pansinin. Parang ganun. Parang ganun yung dating, guys. So, I think this is, parang ganun yung, ito yata yung pangsalba niya sa sarili niya. Parang ganun. At pangalawa, mga kotsero, yung yung chismis dun sa kapag nag-usap daw si FPRRD at si PBBM, baka maayos nga naman ang problema sa Gaza. At baka maayos ang problema sa Israel at sa Houthi at sa Iran. Ano connect? Hindi nagko-connect. Hindi nagko-connect, guys Alang niya. Nagulat ako doon sa comment na yun. Parang, bakit? Paano nangyari yun? Ay, nako. Ay. I think he's just trying to salvage yung mga nasabi niya tungkol dun sa distab. And ito ngayon yung nakakatawa sa politika natin sa Pilipinas. Yung dating magkakampi, mukhang parang solidified na yung pag-aaway. And it's not even their fault. It's not even the fault of PBBM. It's not even the fault of VP Sara. Hindi naman sila nag-aaway. Hindi sila nag-aaway. Alam niyo kung sino nag-aaway? Ito, sinabi naman ni Attorney Harry Roque, nagparinig siya, di ba? Si VP Sara pa rin ang most trusted elected official. Tapos ang least trusted si Martin Romualdez, etc. So it's very obvious. It's very obvious kung sino yung magkagalit at kung sino yung magkaaway. If anything, si PBBM nadadamay lang sa gulo nila. Lang sino ba naman matinong tao ang may nakikita ka nagsusuntukan, makikigulo ka. Di ba? Ka makigulo. Lalo na kapag gagamitin lang yung pangalan mo para diba? So nakakatawa. I mean, kung titignan nyo yung yung flow ng topics natin today, pansinin nyo, from kay Kong Pulong hanggang kay Senator Amy hanggang dito ngayon kay Harry Roque. All of them are officers, or at least people that we look up are of the same persuasion. Diba? At alam nyo, ang kaaway nila, hindi si PBBM. Diba? Ang kaaway lang lahat si Martin. Ako, I don't like Martin. Bakit masyadong hina-highlight yung galit nyo? I don't like Martin, pero masyadong exage na. I mean, diba? O di magpolitikahan sila lahat. Walang problema. Huwag nyo lang kami damay. Mag-away-away kayo. Bahala kayo sa buhay nyo. Magpatutsadahan kayo, etc. Wala kayo pa. Huwag nyo lang kami dadamay. Ba't nyo kaming damay? Paano tayo nadadamay? Tulad niyan, yung policy na, ito kanina sa NGCP, halimbawa, nag-suggest lang na bilhin yung, bilhin, na mag-invest si MIC sa NGCP. Kumontra yung isa, di ba? I think that's a good idea. Regardless of who said it. Paano pag si, paano kapag nagsabi niyan si, kakampi nila? Bawa si Bato de la Rosa. Papayag kayo? Malamang good idea yun kasi si Bato de la Rosa ang nagsabi. Diba? Huwag niyo pong kalimutan mag-subscribe sa ating Coach Jared YouTube channel. Pa-follow na po tayo sa ating Facebook page. Dito po din sa Facebook, syempre. Coach Jared po ang pangalan niyan. And I'll see all of you in our next Coach Jared Live. Alright, God bless you and see you next time, guys. Bye.
Dami mo ng abs eh. Sakit pa ulit ang ngipin mo.
Use Colgate.
现在你回来啦？那你往楼梯上走，看他会来吗？
妈妈，他别这么拍吧，太爪子受伤了。
真的啊？
嗯。
呀，上面还有一块鳕鱼，你去吃掉吧。你去吃吧，我的数据够了。你去自己去吧。去吧，就在上面。
是的，是的。
Parang nag-tantrums dito si Pulong eh. Nagwala daw eh, up in arms. Ano ba kasing naganap? Kagabi ho kasi mga kotsero, may ganitong post kagabi. Galing daw ito kay Pulong. Sa Edge Davao ito, sa Edge Davao yung nakita ko. Hindi ko alam, may official Facebook page ba si Pulong? Hindi ko pa nakikita eh. Kung mayroon man, o baka doon unang pinost. Pero ito yung nabasa ko kagabi. Sabi, statement of Davao City First District Representative Paulo Duterte on the People's Initiative Movement in Davao City spearheaded by PBA Party List Representative Margarita Migs Nograles. Yun. Mukhang lumalabas na yung mga interest groups. Wala namang problema sana yan, kaso sana ayusin nila. Ayusin nila kasi mamaya na nga. Ito yung sinabi ni Pulong. This so-called People's Initiative for Charter Change is nothing but pure PI. Play on words ba yan? Mura ba yan yung PI na yan? Malamang sa malamang. Pure PI daw. I was informed that PBA Party List Margarita Migs Nograles is spearheading the PI movement in Davao City. I am against this people's initiative as this is not the people's voice but the voice of a few who wanted to perpetuate themselves in power. Di Hindi naman sa kumakampi tayo sa Congress, no? Pero, yun agad. Agad-agad. Sana, let's give it, let's give the benefit of the doubt doon sa. Pero, eto lang, mami, explain ko kung ano yung kontra ko dito sa charter chain. Kasi, to some degree, may pangbabalahura na nagaganap. Pero, ang pangit lang nung na yung immediate accusation is perpetuating one's power. Kasi ginagamit niya ng mga ng mga komunista eh. Yun ang ko dyan, yun ang punto ko dyan. Ginagamit kasi yan ng mga komunista. So, pwede bang kung okay lang naman sa mga tikon na to, okay lang ba, let's attack the problem head on. Diba? Bago natin ipagpatuloy ang ating mga pinag-uusapan ngayon, mga kotsero, as usual, ay mag-shoutout muna tayo sa mga kaibigan natin sa Sendwing. Yan. So, kayo po ay nasa US, UK, Canada, Italy, France, Spain, Ireland, and Belgium. Ay pwede na po ay magpadala ng inyong mga remittances sa Pilipinas gamit po ang Sendwave. Ang gagawin nyo lang ay download ang Sendwave app at gawa kayo ng account. Lagay nyo ba account details dyan at pwede na ay magpadala sa GCash, cash pickup at iba't ibang mga pawn shop. Yun nga, cash pickup pala yun. At iba't ibang mga bangko sa Pilipinas. At kapag ginamit nyo rin na yung promo code na Coach Jared, ayan sa taas. Sa inyo pong unang padala ay makakuha kayo ng karagdagang $20 free credit. Kaya mga kachero, gamitin na mo si Sendwave for all of your remittance needs. Let's attack the problem head on. Huwag na natin daanin sa mga ganito, sa mga perpetuate themselves in power. Huwag na ganyan. Rektahin na natin. Kasi puro puro rhetoric eh. So, that's one. And another is yung ito nga yung nabalita, yung kinagalit daw ni Pulong. I also would like to inform all Dabaweños, most especially in my district, that leadership has taken out 2 billion pesos from your NEP budget. So nabawasan pa raw siya ng budget for the district and left only a measly 500 million for Dabaweños this year. Paano nangyari yun? Di ba nagpirmahan na ng budget? Nagpirmahan na ng GAA eh. So for me that's interesting, no? For me that's interesting. Bakit? Kasi nagpirmahan na ng GAA. Ibig sabihin, nabasa na yan ng presidente yung budget natin at napirmahan na. Meron na nga mga na-veto, di ba? May mga items na na-veto. So, this is interesting for me na pwede pa palang bawiin. Pwede pa palang bawiin ng House, no? Yung proposed budget per district. Tapos ayaw maniwala sa akin nung iba. Nung sinabi ko na kaya himudpuet ang ibang mga kongresista kay Martin Romualdez dahil nakasugal ang kanilang mga budget. Ayaw nyo maniwala di ba? Ngayon, ito na, ebidensya. So, it can happen. To all congressmen ganging up on us, do not give me that kind of BS because I will not starve to death if you take my budget away. Totoo naman, kasi meron naman kasi talaga silang budget. Yaman-yaman ng mga Duterte. Ang kawawa is yung mga Dabaweños na bumoto kay PBBM. It's weird. Ito well, ang weird lang nung pag-name drop. Parang, really? Sino ba? Siya ba ang House Speaker? Rektahin nyo kasi. Ayaw nyo. Di ba? Rektahin na. Ang weird lang. Ito parang, I was with him until this point. Dito sa punto na to. I also heard from reliable sources that even the senators are explicitly requested to refrain from putting projects in my district. Yun ang claim Hindi ako luluhod sa inyo para mabigyan ng proyekto, lalo na at may 30% pang kinukuha ang isang pekeng Panginoon. Again, ang kawawa ay ang mahal kong mga Dabawenyo. I have kept my silence all through these months since I do not want my constituents to suffer from the dirty politics of the House of Representatives. To all Dabawenyos, do not sell your soul for a mere 100 pesos or 10,000 in exchange for your signature. If you want to follow the minions of the person dreaming to be great in Congress to perdition, that is your choice. Constructive criticism. Okay lang ba? Constructive criticism. Sana dalawang pagkahiwalay na statement na lang to. Kasi medyo medyo magulo kasi yung messaging. So, constructive criticism, sana pinaghiwalay na lang yung People's Initiative tapos yung pagtanggal sa budget niya. Yeah, constructive criticism. Sana lang. Pero siguro sa susunod, gano'n ang mangyayari. Pero, again, mga kutsero, it's hard to validate eh. Di natin masabi kung, of course, respect given to Congressman Pulong. This is his claim. Ito yung claim niya. Na anong unang claim? Ang unang claim ay si Mix Nograles daw ang nagsi-spearhead o ang namumuno sa pagpapapirma ng People's Initiative sa Davao City. So that's the first claim. Doon, kontra daw siya dahil it will perpetuate them yung mga politiko in power. Sino ba nagbe-benefit kapag merong kung sakali man magkaroon ng charter change, who will benefit? Di naman I mean, yung sa sistema na gustong gawin ng House of Representatives ngayon, sino magbe-benefit? House of Representatives. To which he is part of. Tama siya sa House eh. So hindi ko alam. I mean, and this is this is yung yung alleged pagtanggal daw ng budget nila from 2 billion to 500 million. Laki ng binawas 1.5 billion. Laki ng binawas. Now, again, this is the second claim. Ito yung pangalawang kine-claim ni Pulong. And this cannot be confirmed. Hindi natin makukumpirma to unless magsalita ang House o ang magpakita ng mga dokumento si Pulong. So, again, it's weird na pwede palang mangyari yun. But, I mentioned before, nakwento ko na po sa inyo, na ang mga approval ng budget, dumadaan ho yan sa House Speaker. So, hindi naman talaga nakukuha yung actual na pera. I mean, hindi yan ibibigay yung 2 billion, bibigay ko kay Congressman ganito. Hindi ganon. Ang mangyayari dyan, merong proyekto na isusulong si Congressman. Tapos si Congressman, si House Speaker, pag-aaralan niya kung pwede bang pondohan yun, yung proyekto na yun. Tapos, from the allotted budget na 2 billion, ipapadisburse yung amount necessary para makover yung kanyang proyekto. Ganun ho yun. So, ang malabo ho dito, hindi ho natin alam kung ang inalot ba sa kanya nung una ay 2 billion tapos after ng mga hearing bumaba ito sa 500 million. Kasi mga kotsero, NEP to. NEP budget. Ano po yung NEP? National Expenditure Plan. National Expenditure Plan. Ibig sabihin po, kapag ikaw sa proseso ho ng paggawa ng budget, si DBM ay gagawa ng National Expenditure Plan. Paano niya ginagawa ho yun? I-interview niya lahat ng ahensya ng gobyerno, pati iba't ibang mga departamento ng gobyerno. I-interview niya ni DBM, tatanungin kung magkano ang kailangan ng iyong ahensya o iyong gobyerno, ng iyong LGU for the year. Tapos kung magkano man yung mapag-usapan nyo, kasi magne-negotiate dyan sa DBM. Papakita mo yung COA report mo, tapos yung mga expenses mo, mga plano mong gawin, etc. So, pag nakita ni DBM yan, mag-agree kayo. Sasabihin ni DBM, oh sige, based doon sa performance mo sa previous budget, tsaka sa mga requirements mo ngayon, ang kailangan mo X amount. O let's say, ang kailangan mo ay 2 billion. Gamitin natin example ni Kong Pulong. Kailangan mo ay 2 billion. Yun ang ilalagay ni DBM sa kanyang National Expenditure Plan. Ito yon, yung NEP, National Expenditure Plan. Ngayon, mga kotsero, ano mangyayari dito sa National Expenditure Plan? Ito yung hinihiring tuwing budget season. Okay. Ito National Expenditure Plan na yan, paghahatian yan. Paghahatian yan ng Senate at ng lower house. Tapos, didibatihan yan. Pag didibatihan yan ng iba't ibang mga, di ba, itong nakaraan, di ba, nakipag budget deliberation si VP Sara sa lower house. Ganyan palagi yan. Every year yan. Ito hong nakasulat sa NEP, nagbabago pa ho talaga yan. Di ba nga si VP Sara, meron siyang request na 650 million na confidential funds. After ng deliberations, tinanggal. So nagbabago ho talaga yan. After ho nun, pag napag-usapan na ng Senate at ng lower house, magkakaroon ng BICAM. Sa BICAM, mga kotsero, magbabago pa rin yan. Magbabago pa rin yan. Doon pa lang lalabas, pag natapos na yung BICAM, doon na lalabas yung GAA, yung General Appropriations Bill. Di pa nga siya act kasi bill. GAB, General Appropriations Bill. So yung bill na yon, mga kotsero, yun yung pinipirmahan ni PBBM para magkaroon ng budget for the following year. So, mga kotsero, ang binanggit dito ni Kong Pulong is NEP, National Expenditure Plan. So, ibig sabihin, sa distrito daw niya, nag-propose sila, ang sinabi, ang kailangan ng aming distrito ay 2 billion. Nag-agree si DBM. Anong sabi ni DBM? O sige, 2 billion ang kailangan nyo. Ito yung mga proyekto nyo, etc. Nagkaroon ng budget deliberation sa lower house. O kung sino man yung humawak nito ng budget deliberation nito, Senate or lower house, it doesn't matter. Malamang sa malamang, Senate ang didinig dito kasi alam nga namang pag-aralan ni lower house yung sarili niyang budget. Diba? Monta ngayon. So malamang si Senate. Pagdating kay Senate, nung nagde-deliberate siguro ang House of Representatives sa required budget nila, doon siya nabawasan ng 1.5 billion. Malamang sa Senate yun. Which now brings us to a question. Paano nasabi ni Kong Pulong na House leadership ang nagtanggal? Yun ang tanong dyan. Hindi natin masasagot yan. Unless magpakita siya ng dokumento na ito yung proposed budget namin, ito yung inaprobahan ng House Committee on Appropriations, etc. Hindi natin malalaman. Ngayon, ito pa yung isa na in-expose ni Kong Pulong, no? Ayan. 30%. Kada budget daw ng bawat distrito, 30% kinukuha ng isang pekeng Panginoon. Ano ibig sabihin nun? So, ibig sabihin yung 2 billion, babawasan pa to ng 30%? Yun ba yung ibig mong sabihin? Yung 2 billion, babawasan pa ng 30%. So, magkano yun? 24 million. Ilan ba ang 10% ng 2 billion is what? 200 million. So, 600 million. Laki Ay, sabi ko 600 million. 30%? 600 million kada congressional district? Lo. Laki Laki Alam nyo mga kotsero, ito magkasabi ako sa inyo ng secret. secret. Well, di naman to secret. Open secret to. Open secret. Kaya wala akong tiwala sa mga politiko eh. Kasi mga kotsero, lahat to ng politiko, from every level, merong tinatawag na SOP. Mas matindi sa LGU. Mas sa LGU level. Matindi ang SOP doon. 10% yun. 10% yun ng proyekto. So, halimbawa, paano ko nalaman yan? Kasi nga, ang work ko before ay HR consultant. At sa pagiging HR consultant ko, may mga naging kliyente kami na malalaking kumpanya. At itong mga kumpanya na to, nagkataon, itong isang kumpanya is in, construction. Malaki ang construction, guys. As in mga high-rise, condo, etc. Dalawang construction companies. Kami humawak ng strategic planning. Hindi ko na nasabihin kung sino. Kami humawak ng strategic planning nila. Tapos, doon ko nalaman, mga kotsero, na sa lahat ng proyekto, yung mga private companies, lalo na yung mga construction, ay nagtatabi ng separate na budget. 10% yun. 10% of the total project price. So, halimbawa, kung meron kang ang proyekto mo is let's say 65 million pesos. Magtatabi ka ng 6.5 million. Dagdag yun sa cost mo. Saan mo bibigay yun? Kay barangay captain, kay mayor, kay governor, whoever. Actually, yung 10% na yun, yung pinakamalaki, yun sa pinakamataas. Kay kay mayor yun, o kay governor. Yun yung pinakamalaki. Tapos yung mga nasa ilalim, si barangay captain, sila konsi, kung saang district yan. Nasa parang 2 to 3% yata yung kanila eh. If I'm not mistaken. So ganun yan. It's kaya nga SOP, standard operating procedure. Matic yun, matic. Walang usap-usap doon. Abot agad yun. Walang ganun. So, eto, nakakagulat to. Ibig sabihin, yung inaalat na budget para sa for each congressman, binabawasan pa ng 30%. So, 70% lang magagastos mo sa district mo. Tama ba? Ngayon, mga kotsero, sana nirekta na lang ni Pong Pulong. Sana nirekta na lang. Kasi at least nirekta niya. Si Migs Nograles. Sabi ni Vanderlee, so kung may 10% ang LGU, paano na ang tax ng contractor? So mag-overprice na. Yeah, it is. So halimbawa, kung yung project price mo is 65 million, magdadagdag ka ng 10% para sa SOP. Dadagdagan mo pa yun for taxes and everything. Pero lahat ng cost na yun, mga kotsero, pass on yun sa consumer. Pass on yun sa consumer. So, pag tayo bumili ng kahit anong bagay, pass on yun sa consumer. Anyway, going back. Si Migs Nograles, narekta niya. Pero sana sinama na rin to kung sino man tong peking Panginoon na yan. Sana sinama na. Para para malinaw. At saka total naman, everybody has been drawing their battle line. Yun. Ganun. Sana dinirekta na lang. Ang kaso nyo, mga kotsero. So, di ba dalawa nga yung claim? Yung unang claim is itong kay Migs Nograles. Pangalawang claim is yung 30%. At yung binawasan siya ng pangatlo na pala yun. Pangalawang claim is yung 30%. Pangatlong claim ay yung binawasan siya ng budget ng 1.5 billion. Ngayon, mga kochero, sumagot si Migs Nograles. Nag-post din siya sa Facebook. Ito, 7:23 PM pinost ng Edge Davao. Di ko alam kung at same time din ito pinost ni Pulong. Pero, si Migs Nograles, yun, nagsalita. Davao-based Solon says she is in the US amid Pulong's PI allegation. Ayan. Yan ang problema. Nasa Amerika daw si Migs Nograles. Paano siya magsi-spearhead? Nasa States daw siya. Ito yung post niya. Ay. Sino ka Edis? Na yung mag-comment Ayan. Ito yung post niya. Kay Migs Nograles. Although hindi niya rektang sinagot yung kay Pulong. Hindi niya rektang sinagot. Pero interestingly enough, kagahapon 8:12 PM na to in-upload. Ito 7:23 PM. So halos magkasunod lang. Ito 8:12 PM January 9. Ito January 9 7:23 PM. So in a way parang ito yung sagot niya ay Pulong. At least yun ang pagkaka-interpret ni Manila Bulletin. Sabi niya, Puwersa ng Bayaning Atleta Party List, Margarita Migs Nograles has clarified that she is in the US discussing possible areas of cooperation in livelihood generation for women and the fight against child pornography. Sabi niya. Nograles, a House Assistant Majority Leader, had this to say Wednesday morning, January 10, after Davao City 1st District Representative Pulong Duterte alleged that she had been leading the People's Initiative movement in the city. Yun nga naman. Paano nga naman niya gagawin yun? Sabi in a statement, the lady lawyer Solon said she met with law enforcement and Filipino-American advocacy groups in the US to discuss possible areas of cooperation in the fight against child pornography and livelihood generation for women in the Davao region. Tapos, sinabi rin niya, she had met with representatives of the FBI. Uy, may FBI na. May FBI na, guys. And various Filipino-American advocacy groups like the Project Ligtas Bata and the New Pathways to Enterprise. She was also invited by the New York City Consulate to give a talk to the Filipino community. She left for the US last December 29. Sabi niya, so I'm here in New Jersey to visit my sister for personal reasons and she needs family right now which I cannot disclose. So yun. Hindi na natin alam. Hindi na natin alam. Ano ba? Who's telling the truth? Sino sa kanila nagsasabi ng totoo? Yan. Yan ang question. Ay, ngayon ang malaking question. Paano na? Diba? Sinong sasagot ngayon sa tanong na yan? Sino ngayon ang sasagot dyan sa tanong na yan? Kasi mga kochero, the accusation is Kong Pulong, accusation pala ni Kong Pulong is si Migs Nograles daw ang nagsispearhead. Sagot naman ng isa, nasa US ako, paano ko gagawin yun? So yun ang ano. Yun ngayon ang nangyayari dyan. Now, again mga kochero, ulitin ko lang yung sinabi ko kanina. Ako personally, I have a hard time trusting politicians. Personally, Wala akong pake kung feeling nyo, hindi, digong lang maayos, hindi, PBBM lang maayos. I don't care. Personally, I have a hard time trusting politicians. Any politician. Kahit sinuportahan ko pa yan. Kahit sinusuportahan ko pa yan. Any politician. I have a hard time trusting any politician. Lalo na pag may mga ganitong mudslinging. So for me, para sa akin, etong si Kong Pulong at saka si Mix Nograles are basically right now, this is just propaganda lang to nilang dalawa. Hanggat wala pa silang pinapakitang ebidensya. Hanggat wala silang pinapakitang ebidensya. Kasi mga Kojero, ang hirap i-validate. Ayun yung problema sa mga ganitong klaseng kwento. Ang hirap i-validate eh. Paano ka maniniwala? Wala rin naman nilabas si Kong Pulong. Allegations lang naman ang nilabas niya. Ang nagsispearhead, si Mix Nograles. Kahit man lang may pa-picture. Diba? Kahit may pa-picture or something, diba? Or video. Okay, lalo mo ngayon sa mundo ng social media, napakadali na yan. Mga away nga sa kalsada, na-upload agad yan eh. Diba? Mahirap maniwala ngayon kapag na mga ganto-ganto, mga kwento-kwento lang. And si Congressman Mix Nograles naman, she's not in a position, or hindi kasi siya kinorner ni Kong Pulong para komentan yung allegation. So she can freely pwede niyang sabihin na hindi wala yan, or pwede niyang hindi pansinin. Wala namang ebidensya eh. Walang ebidensya eh. So if I were you, kung ako sa inyo, mga Kojero, I will not take sides. Ako personally, I will not take sides until hanggat merong isa sa kanilang dalawa na magpapakatotoo. Yun. Hanggat may magpapakatotoo sa kanilang dalawa. Kasi ang hirap nung ang hirap kasi nung puro patutsadahan. Diba? So, and ito lang napansin ko. It has been part of the DBS playbook. Yung ganyan, yung puro papatutsada. Puro patutsada lang. O, ganito, may pulburon video, may pulburon picture, may pulburon whatever. O, patutsada. Ganun lang. Pero wala namang pinapakita. Tapos, they will put the burden of explaining their own chismis doon sa inaakusahan nila. Diba? Ilalagay nila yung burden na patunayang mali sila doon sa taong inaakusahan nila. So parang, diba? It's their propaganda playbook eh. So ngayon, ang hirap maniwala. Again, this is an example of how the supporters of Digong and VP Sara and the Dutertes in general has been ruining the credibility of the Dutertes themselves. Mga supporters ang gumagawa niyan eh. Hindi naman sila Digong. Kaso, yun na nga. Yan na lang nangyari. Tapos kapag nakukuryente, kapag nasusunog, change topic. Yung video, naging picture na. Galing. This is an example of it. Na tulad ako ngayon, parang duda ako na totoo yung sinasabi ni Kong Pulong. Bakit? Walang pinakitang ebidensya eh. Walang pinakitang papeles. Hindi pinakita yung NEP or at least man lang yung parte ng GAA kung saan naka-indicate yung budget niya. Hindi natin alam eh. Sinabi lang niya na binawasan ng 1.5 billion. Okay. Sana nag-upload ka lang din ng picture tapos binura mo na lang yung mga sensitive parts. Oo nga, Casper Gold. Matagal na rin magkaaway yan Morales sa Davao. So yun. So, I don't know. Pero ako lang mga kotsero, wag tayong mabulag ng mga idol natin. Lahat sila, tao din yung mga yan, mga kotsero. May mga tinatago ding mga kalokohan yung mga yan. Tao din yung mga yan. So, being level-headed will do a lot of things. Being level-headed will do a lot of things. For you, lalo sa inyo. So, ako, take it with a grain of salt. Take it with a grain of salt. Huwag nyo muna masyadong kagatin. Kasi baka mamaya kayo naman makuryente. Kayo mapahiya. Hindi mo na masyadong agatin. Ano lang, chill lang kayo. Chill lang. Kung aabot sa ganung punto, kung makapaglabas ng ebidensya si Kong Pulong na ang totoong nag-spirit ng People's Initiative sa Davao ay si Migs Nograles, edi go! Crucify Migs Nograles. Walang problema. Kasi ang pangit ng atake nila sa PI, dun sa People's Initiative. Ang pangit eh. Ang pangit na atake nila eh. Balahura eh. Yun. Pag nakapagpakita ng binawasan talaga siya ng budget na 1.5 billion, go ahead, crucify the House of Representatives. Mali yun eh. Hindi dapat ganun yun. Pag napirmahan na ang GAA at naaprubahan na yung budget, by the way, to which these congressmen agree. Hindi naman yan basta-basta. Kasi pwede kang pwede kang sumagot. Hindi naman yan basta-basta tatanggalan ka lang. Pwede mo naman defend yung budget mo. So, pwede mo defend yung budget mo. So, kung totoo makapagpakita si Kong Pulong ito yung budget na naaprubahan sa GAA. Tapos, pagdating sa BICAM, binawasan ako ng 1.5 million. A billion. Paniwala tayo. Let's crucify the BICAM. Kasi sila yung nagbago. But until it happens, ayun. Until it happens, ang hirap eh. Ang hirap kasi maging panatiko, guys. Lalo in this day and age. Ang hirap maging panatiko. Ang ending, nagbabawi ka ng mga sarili mong salita. Kaya yun. Huwag niyo po kalimutan mag-subscribe sa ating Coach Jared YouTube channel. Pa-follow na po tayo sa ating Facebook page. Dito po din sa Facebook, syempre. Coach Jared po ang pangalan niyan. And I'll see all of you in our next Coach Jared Live. Alright, God bless you and see you next time, guys. Bye.
Rosalie, ano ba itong Duterte Legacy Summit?
June, 2 araw ang inilaan ng mga miyembro ng gabinete ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte upang maipresenta sa publiko yung mga nagawa ng administrasyon sa nakalipas na 6 na taon. Eksaktong 1 buwan ito bago opisyal na bumaba sa pwesto si Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa June 30.
Ang sakit ng kalingkingan. Ramdam ng buong pamilya. Tusok-tusok, ngalay.
Nagulat ako dito, hindi ko in-expect. Akala ko fake news eh. Akala ko talaga, alam nyo, honest to goodness, akala ko fake news. Yun pala, behind closed doors, nag-uusap-usap pala ang mga tao. Si Star for All Seasons, mga kotsero, merong in-spill. May in-spill, mga kotsero, kanina na ikinagulat ng maraming tao. Ito yung in-spill niya. Ralph Recto, itinalagang DOF chief, sabi ni Vilma Santos. Tinalaga si House Deputy Speaker Ralph Recto bilang kalihim ng Department of Finance at nakatakdang manumpa bukas. Bukas na, guys. Bukas. So, kinumpirma ito ng asawa ni Recto na si dating Batangas 6th District Representative Vilma Santos Recto nitong Huwebes. So that means mga kotsero, he will have to resign as a congressman. He will have to resign as a congressman. At kailangan nilang mag-appoint ng ang Congress kailangan maglagay ng caretaker para sa 6th District ng Batangas. Kasi meron pang isang taon may 1 year pa 2024 to 2025. Hindi man lang naghintay ng tapusin. Sana tinapusan niya yung term niya. Sana tinapusan niya yung term niya. Sabi, ani ni Vilma Santos Recto, isasagawa ang oath-taking ceremony sa hapon sa Malacanang. So, bukas to ng hapon. Wala pang ibang detalye ukol sa appointment at hindi pa naglalabas ng pahayag ang Presidential Communications Office ukol dito. Papalitan ni Recto si DOF Secretary Benjamin Jokno. Parang kulang tong article na to ni Remate. Meron kasi isa na nandun yung mga sinabi ni Vilma Santos. Ayan. Ito yung sinabi ni Vilma Santos. Andoon siya tomorrow kasama ako. Kanyang pamilya. Siyempre, may iba pa bang pamilya si Ralph Recto? Parang wala naman. Hindi ko alam. Ito. I'm praying na sana he'll do a good job and sana hindi na siya bigyan ng negatibong komento. Ayan, ito yung sinasabi ko. Parang ganun. O bibigyan siya ng negative vibes because ang intention niya is talagang makatulong para maresolbahan ang problema natin sa ekonomiya. Tapos, kinumpirma na pala. Itong itong balita ni Remate, huli-huli. Pero bago natin gawin yan, as usual, mga kotsero, mag-shoutout muna tayo sa mga kaibigan natin sa Sendwave. So kayo po ay nasa US, UK, Canada, Italy, France, Spain, Ireland, and Belgium. May pwede na po yung magpadala sa Pilipinas gamit po ang inyong cellphones. Okay, sa pamamagitan po ni Sendwave. Ang gagawin nyo lang, i-download ang Sendwave app, makain ng account, lagay nyo ba ang account details nyo dyan, at pwede na magpadala sa GCash, sa mga bangko at iba't ibang mga pawn shop. At kapag ginamit mo pa kayo promo code na Coach Jared, makakuha kayo ng karagdagang $20 free credit sa inyong unang padala. Kaya mga kotsero, gamitin na si Sendwave for all of your remittance needs. So ito na pala. So kinonfirm na ng PCO. Yan. Representative Ralph Recto and Frederick Go are scheduled to take their oath tomorrow before President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. as Secretary of Finance and a Special Assistant to the President for Investment and Economic Affairs, respectively. Hindi ko kilala si Frederick to. Pero syempre kilala naman natin si Ralph Recto. In a separate statement, syempre si Joey Salceda. Dilaw yan, natural. Okay sa kanya yan. Papor sa kanya yan. In a separate statement, Albay Representative Joey Salceda said he welcomes the likely appointment of fellow tax reformer Representative Ralph Recto as Finance Secretary. Okay. Parang sila lang ang happy. Parang sila lang ang happy dito Recto brings in a wealth of experience in economic legislation and deep and long-standing relationships with members of Congress. This experience and network will be crucial in enacting meaningful reforms to address cost of living, create employment, and expand our fiscal space. Actually, naano ko na to. Last year pa tong chismis na to. Last year pa to. Pero, si Recto mismo ang nagsabi na hindi yun totoo. So, si Recto mismo ang nagsabi na hindi yan totoo. Last year lang yan, November 30, 2023. Kaya never trust politicians eh. Siya mismo ang nagsabi niya na hindi totoo. Itong sinabi ni Recto. House Deputy Speaker and Batangas 6th District Representative Ralph Recto says he has, quote-unquote, no idea about his rumored appointment as the next DOF Secretary. No idea. Ano to? Bolahan? Bolahan ba to? Inuuto nyo ba talaga kaming taong bayan? Kaming mga mamamayang Pilipino. Recto attended on Thursday morning, November 30, the first day of the BICAM Conference Committee meetings on the disagreeing provisions between the House and the Senate versions of the 5.7 trillion national budget for 2024 at the Manila Golf and Country Club in Makati City. Sabi ni Ralph Recto, Marites kayo ha? I have no idea. I can't comment on that. That's for the president to decide. I have no idea. Tot mo. Actually, mga kotsero, wala naman sana problema. Kaso nga lang, I open, sabi ko sa inyo, open-minded ako eh. But because of this, parang, what the F? What the F? Really? Sana hindi ka lang nag-comment. Lagi nga. At kahapon, actually 2 days ago, pumutok na ho yung issue na yan. May mga chismis na. So medyo, may idea na ako na mangyayari yan this week. Dahil inispilya ni Inquirer. Yan. DOF changing of the guard. Good. Sabi, you first read about it here in October last year, and now it seems that the changing of the guard at the DOF will finally happen. The decision makers apparently just let the Christmas holiday season pass before rocking the boat. According to the grapevine, lawmaker Ralph Recto is scheduled over the finance portfolio on January 15, so tomorrow yan. Malamang sa malamang, totoo na to, etong January 15. Kasi magkakaroon na ng oath-taking bukas eh. So, totoo na to. Check mark. Okay. Ito ngayon ang mangyayari kay Benjamin Jokno. We also heard that the current finance chief, Benjamin Jokno, has politely declined the offer to take up the new post of Chair Emeritus of Maharlika Investment Corporation. Hindi niya tinanggap yung sa Maharlika Investment Corporation. MIC. Walang mangyayari sa MIC. Walang joke no sa MIC. However, ano mangyayari sa kanya? Babalik siya sa BSP. Yun ang chismis dito. The former Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas governor may return to the local central bank to take the 6th and last monetary board seat, which has long been rumored to be reserved just for him. So, yun ang chismis ngayon. Yan ang chismax na malala. Chismax na malala. Ahead of this crucial movement in the economic team, Jokno has reduced his public engagements as finance secretary. But while Recto has agreed to lead the DOF, the question now is how long he will agree to stay. After all, there are talks that the veteran lawmaker is also interested to run for Batangas governor in 2025. Ito yung ibig kong sabihin. Para saan? Kaya sabi ko, mga kotsero, kung totoo to, so, tatlo yung balita dito ni Inquirer. Una, na i-appoint nga si Ralph Recto. So, totoo yan. Mangyayari na yan bukas. Kinumpirma na eh. Kinumpirma na ni Garapil eh. Nasaan na yun? Ayan, no? Kinumpirma na ni Garapil. Okay. So, confirm. Ngayon, malamang sa malamang, kung ito mangyayari, kung si Benjamin Jokno babalik ng BSP, o di 2 down. 2 down na. Ngayon, ito ngayon ang problema mo. You have 1 year. 1 taon lang siya sa DOF. Ano yun? Seat warmer na naman siya. Diba? Ganun na mangyayari dyan eh. Seat warmer na, bench warmer na naman siya. So kung tatakbo siyang governor ng Batangas sa 2025, Rigudon ulit sa 2025? Doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense, guys. Pasensya na. Hindi ko alam kung anong opinion nyo dito, pero para sa akin, it doesn't make sense. Anong gagawin? Anong mako-contribute mo sa DOF sa span ng 1 taon? Diba? So sana hindi ito totoo. Sabi ko nga sa inyo, open-minded ako eh. Like open-minded. Pero let's be smart. Ano mako-contribute niya sa 1 taon kung aalis din siya after 1 year? Eh di, wala. Seat warmer lang siya. Figurehead. Nakaupo doon. Diba? Gagawin niya. I think this is unless ang plano mga kotsero magtutuloy-tuloy siya hanggang katapusan ng term. Wala problema doon. Okay lang yun. Kasi ibig sabihin, meron siyang mga mako-contribute na significant. Diba? Hindi natin alam. Pero, kung tatakbo siyang governor sa 2025, ba't pa niya tinanggap? Sana hindi totoo. Sana fake news. Sana hindi totoo ang mga chismis na yan. Para, mga kotsero, para hindi naman sayang yung appointment. Diba? Ginulo mo yung sistema. Diba? Ginulo mo yung sistema, ginulo mo yung nagrigodon, magririgodon na naman. Pero tingnan natin yung background niya as an economist. Kasi hindi naman yung ano dito usapan niya. Yun ang tingnan natin. Will he do well as far as the DOF is concerned? So, as far as yung sa ano as a legislator is concerned, kung natin pag-usapan yung history. Hindi natin kailangan yung history niya. Kailangan natin malaman kung ano yung mga naisulat niya. Actually, wait lang before we move on. Ito pa lang si Ralph Recto naging NEDA secretary na before. Naging NEDA secretary na siya noong 2008 kay Arroyo. Union Bank. Tapos President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo on July 23, 2008 named him as the new Director General of NEDA, replacing Augusto Santos, acting NEDA chief. On August 11, 2009, he resigned as NEDA Secretary and Presidential Advisor for Economic Planning in preparation for another run for Senate in the 2010 election. Mahilig siya sa ganun, no? Mahilig siya sa ganun. So may history na pala siya, natatanggap siya ng posisyon. Tapos after 1 year, mag-resign siya kasi tatakbo siya sa election. Nangyari na pala to. So what's next? After 1 year, iwanan niya ang DOF? Di ko alam. I think this is a misstep sa Marcos administration. This is not a wise decision for the Marcos administration. Well, bahala sila. Decision nila yan. Pero ang weird lang talaga kasi mga kotsero, kung totoo natatakbo siya for any elective post, any elective post sa 2025, 2024 na. Para saan pa? Anong gagawin niya dyan sa isang taon? Anong magagawa niya sa isang taon? Practical lang naman ako mag-isip. I'm not even criticizing him yet kasi wala pa naman siyang nagagawa as DOF Secretary. Mag-uumpisa pa lang. So, open-minded ako dyan. I mean, open-minded. I'm not yet sure. Hindi nga natin alam ano na-accomplish siya sa NEDA. Nung simula 2008 hanggang 2009. 8 Isang taon lang talaga, oh. July 23, 2008 to August 11, 2009. Although, to his credit, mga kotsero, to his credit, marami siyang nasulat na batas related to economics and taxes. So, yun, marami siyang nasulat na batas. And legislative accomplishments noong 2010 to 2016 sa panahon. K-12, implementation ng K-12. Corporate life ng PNR. Tax exemption ceiling ng 13th month. Mandatory PhilHealth coverage for senior citizens. Asa modernization. Extension of the Agricultural Competitiveness Enhancement Fund. AFP modernization. Creation ng DICT. Customs Modernization and Tariff Act. Tumakbo siya ulit sa Senado 2016. Ito yung second term niya eh. Sa LP, sa Liberal Party siya. Iniwanan niya si Gloria. Kasi malakas, admittedly mga kotsero, wag na tayo magbulahan. Malakas ang LP during that time. So, tipat na talaga si LP. Ang nahirapan lang naman silang ipanalo si Mar Rojas. Pero, it's their fault. Kasi, wala talaga kasing charisma si Mar Rojas. Wala talaga. Kahit anong gawin mo, wala eh. Okay, 17 Congress. Puro ano, yan, Murang Kuryente Act, Bantawid. Kanya pala yung 4-piece. Kanya pala yung 4-piece. Child Safety in Motor Vehicles Act, Universal Healthcare Act, PhilHealth Coverage for PWDs, National Integrated Cancer Control Act, Tax Amnesty Act, New Central Bank Act. Dami rin. Uy! Lifting of quantitative import restrictions on rice. O kanya rin pala to. Pero na-author na ito. Yung pag-i-import. Kaya pala na-addict tayo sa pag-i-import ng rice na. Social Security Act. Marami siyang nasulat na batas. As far as laws, marami naman. No? Salary standardization. Krus na ligas. Murang Kuryente Act, Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino, Child Safety. Marami siyang nasulat na batas. So siguro, as a lawmaker, okay naman. As a lawmaker. But we don't know as a secretary. Magkaiba kasi yun. Marami siyang nasulat na batas under the Duterte admin. Ease of doing business. Ito, universal access to quality tertiary education. Ito yung isa to sa mga pinagmamalaki ng mga DDS, di ba? Kasama pala siya sa nagsulat niya. Validity period ng driver's license, free internet. Marami siyang nasulat noong 20 panahon ni Digong. In fairness, marami siyang nasulat na batas talaga. Period. Sabi niya. But again, we don't know how this will translate to being a secretary. Kasi alam nyo mga kotsero, iba kasi yung sumusulat ka ng batas. Pag sumusulat ka ng batas, ikaw yung gumagawa ng rules. Pag secretary ka, ikaw yung nag-i-implement ng rules. So, we don't know. We don't know paano siya mag-perform as a secretary. Ang basis lang natin ng kanyang performance as a secretary yung 1-year stint niya kay GMA nung hinawakan niya ang NEDA. Pero 1 year lang yun. 1 year lang yan. So di natin alam kung ano ba ang mga ginawa niya na kakaiba to revolutionize NEDA during that time. Di natin alam yung contribution niya. Kasi 1 year lang, ano magagawa mo sa 1? Tapos ngayon, ang chismis na kumakalat, ito nga, sabi ng Inquirer, ang chismis, pagka-appoint sa kanya, hindi pa alam kung hanggaano siya katagal dyan. Hindi natin alam gaano pa siya katagal dyan. Kasi yung 1 year niya na yan, baka sa 2025, mag-resign din siya kasi tatakbo siyang governor. So we don't know. We don't know. May magagawa ba siyang ano? Kung hindi siya tutuloy, edi maganda. Diba? Kung hindi siya tutuloy na tatakbong for whatever position, Senate, hindi na siya pwedeng tumakbong hindi na siya pwedeng tumakbong congressman kasi third term na yata niya. So pwede siyang pababa. So governor or pataas, senator. Pero hindi ko alam kung magse-senador ba siya. Ang weird lang ng timing. Parang seat warmer nga. Parang seat warmer lang siya. Okay, mag-appoint tayo dyan. Baka, alam mo, ngayon mga kotsero, ang iniisip ko, hindi kaya gusto lang lumipat ni Benjamin Diok. Naisip ko lang. Hindi kaya gusto lang lumipat ni Benjamin Diok ng trabaho. Conspiracy theory yun. Hindi, wala akong facts doon. Wala akong ebidensya doon. Wala akong ebidensya doon. Pero, naisip ko lang naman. Baka ayaw na ni Benjamin Diok sa DOF. Baka gusto niya talaga bumalik ng BSP. Baka merong gustong umalis as CAPSEC. Baka gusto niya umalis as CAPSEC. Baka gusto niya gumawa ng ibang trabaho. As always, mga kotsero, maraming pong salamat sa inyong patuloy na pagsuporta. And please don't forget to subscribe sa Coach Jared YouTube channel. And pa-follow na rin po tayo sa ating Facebook page. And mga kotsero, I need your help sa aking Facebook page. Extended shadow ban ako. Shadow ban pa rin ako hanggang ngayon. Could you believe it? So, I would need your help. Limitado ang aking reach. So, please do share our videos sa Facebook. It will help me a lot. Maraming po salamat. And I'll see all of you in our next Coach Jared Live. Alright, God bless and see you next time. Bye-bye.
Former Senator Ralph Recto is the next finance chief. The Presidential Communications Office says Recto and Special Assistant to the President for Investment and Economic Affairs, Frederick Go, are taking their oaths tomorrow. It was Recto's wife, former Batangas Governor Vilma Santos, who first said Recto will take over the DOF. There were talks as early as 2023 that Recto would replace incumbent DOF Chief Ben Diokno. When asked for his reaction, Diokno says he has no comment for now. We get the sentiment of the business community with Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry Chairman George Barcelon. Sir, welcome to The Final Word and good evening.
Good evening, Matthew.
All right, so Ralph Recto, Happy New Year to you as well. And what a welcome it's proving to be, Ralph Recto as Finance Secretary. What are your thoughts as well as the sentiment of the business community, given his track record as former NEDA chief?
Yes. As you have said earlier, Senator Ralph Recto was already mentioned since last year that he might be next Secretary of Finance. So finally, it has come to fruition that he'll be taking his oath tomorrow. So he's a very well-rounded person. I mean, he has been in the legislative functions as congressman, as senator, but also the executive. For a while, he was the, I believe, the director of NEDA. So having him in the cabinet of President BBM, I believe that it's averaging down the age of the cabinet secretaries. Lately, I mean, the three of them, I mean, you have Secretary Frederick Go, you have Secretary Kiko Q. Laurel, and now Ralph Recto. It averaged down the age of the cabinet secretary. But aside from that, he has big challenges ahead of him. You know that our debt to GDP has reached that 60%, although it has come down a bit. But nevertheless, it's still high. And being sitting as Secretary of Finance, he has to find the resources, not only as far as the debt servicing, but also our recently approved General Appropriation Act, GAA, which is about 5.7 something trillion. So these are challenges, and I think the new Secretary of Finance is up to it. Like I said, he has the broad experience, and he has the sort of the inside track on how the government is run.
All right. Well, you know, speaking of the former DOF chief, they say that there may have been policy differences between President Marcos and Diokno. So what do you think these were?
I don't want to speculate, but for a while I thought that he would be appointed in the Maharlika Investment Fund. But apparently, I mean, the vision development of having set
The reaction speed of cats is quite remarkable, ranging from 0 to 70 milliliters. No doubt about it. In the mammal world, this is the ceiling for combined attack and defense reaction speed. To understand their lightning-fast reactions, we can use snakes as a reference. The attack speed of snakes typically falls between 40 to 70 milliliters. In other words, snakes can launch an attack in as little as 0.04 to 0.07 seconds. Now cats, on the other hand, can assess risks and make evasive or even counterattack moves within this time frame. The reaction speed of cats is quite remarkable, ranging from 0 to 70 milliliters. No doubt about it. In the mammal world, this is the ceiling for combined attack and defense reaction speed. To understand their lightning-fast reactions, we can use snakes as a reference. The attack speed of snakes typically falls between 40 to 70 milliliters. In other words, snakes can launch an attack in as little as 0.04 to 0.07 seconds. Now cats, on the other hand, can assess risks and make evasive or even counterattack moves within this time frame. The reaction speed of cats is quite remarkable, ranging from 0 to 70 milliliters. No doubt about it. In the mammal world, this is the ceiling for combined attack and defense reaction speed. To understand their lightning-fast reactions, we can use snakes as a reference. The attack speed of snakes typically falls between 40 to 70 milliliters. In other words, snakes can launch an attack in as little as 0.04 to 0.07 seconds. Now cats, on the other hand, can assess risks and make evasive or even counterattack moves within this time frame. The reaction speed of cats is quite remarkable.
We're gonna go to CP. Let's go. Jingle bell, rock. We're gonna go to CP. Let's go.
I am a chick enjoyer because
it's giving crispiest for me.
Para sa akin, juiciest of all time.
Mula noon
Di ba recently nagkaroon ng outage? Electrical outage sa ano? Sa saan ba to? Sa Panay? May mga taga Panay ba dito na ngayon lang nagkakuryente? Shout out sa inyong lahat. Shout out po sa inyo lahat dyan, sa mga taga Panay na nanonood ngayon. Comment lang. At na-experience nyo yung 5-day brownout. Grabe yun, no? New Year na New Year, brownout. Sama. O, tulad nito, DBS, mga balahurang Duterte supporter yan. Mga walang kwenta. Jokebox vlogger. Yan lang kaya nyo ibalik. Pakita mo nga resibo mo. O parang ano ka lang, House of Representatives, walang resibo sa extraordinary funds. Wala. Pakita nyo. Pakita nyo, tumatanggap ako ng pera sa politiko. Yung mga ano nga dyan, aminado pang bayaran sila eh. Sabi yun. Diba? 5 days. 5 days na walang kuryente. So, ngayon, recently, napag-uusapan ngayon yung Panay outage niyan. Ito yung ano, ito yung balita. Paralan natin yung balita. Ito yung latest na balita tungkol sa Panay outage.
Ginisa ng mga senador ang National Grid Corporation of the Philippines dahil sa perwisyong brownout sa Panay Island. Tila nagpetix daw kasi ang ahensya ng magkaproblema ang mga power plant. Nasa frontline ng balitang yan, si Mean Los Baños.
Paulit-ulit na lang ang problema. Yan ang reklamo ng mga senador sa pagdinig ng Senate Committee on Energy kaugnay sa malawakang brownout sa Panay Island nitong January 2 hanggang 5. Dati na rin kasing naranasan ang malawakang brownout sa isla noong April 2023.
Same problem, same people. Quite
si SGS.
Same issues. Hiyang-hiya po ako sa mga tao ng Panay Island na naapektuhan ng blackout kasi nangyari na ito sa kanila noon.
Wala pa ngang isang taon yung nakaraang investigasyon ng Senado sa issue ng power outage sa bansa. Hindi na tayo natuto. Hindi na tayo nadala.
Tumaing din si Iloilo City Mayor Jerry Treñas na nasa 2 bilyong pisong araw ang nawala sa kanilang ekonomiya dahil sa mga negosyong napilay ng brownout.
Bago natin ipagpatuloy ang ating mga pinag-uusapan ngayon, mga kotsero, as usual, ay mag-shoutout muna tayo sa mga kaibigan natin sa Sendwave. So kayo po ay nasa US, UK, Canada, Italy, France, Spain, Ireland, and Belgium. Ay pwede na po ay magpadala ng inyong mga remittances sa Pilipinas gamit po ang Sendwave. Ang gagawin nyo lang ay download ang Sendwave app at gawa kayo ng account. Lagay nyo ba account details dyan at pwede na ay magpadala sa GCash, cash pickup at iba't ibang mga pawn shop. Yung cash pickup pala yun. At iba't ibang mga bangko sa Pilipinas. At kapag ginamit nyo rin na yung promo code na Coach Jared, ayan sa taas. Sa inyo pong unang padala ay makakuha kayo ng karagdagan $20 free credit. Kaya mga kutsero, gamitin na po si Sendwave for all of your remittance.
We do not deserve this.
Grabe.
No one deserves this. And I ask anyone who is present here, are you willing to have a 4-day blackout brownout? Because I will give you a medal.
Tanong ngayon ng LGU ng Iloilo, sino ang mananagot at sasagot sa malaking halagang nawala sa kanila. Lumabas naman sa Senate hearing na nagsimula ang problema na magkaaberya ang isang power plant ng Panay Energy Development Corporation o PEDC pasado alas 12 ng tanghali nitong January 2. Makalipas ang 2 oras, sunod na rin nagkaproblema ang anim pang power plant sa tinatawag na trip-off. January 5 na nang maibalik ang kumpletong power supply sa Panay Island. Nasisisi ngayon ang National Grid Corporation of the Philippines o NGCP. Lumalabas kasi na wala daw silang ginawang aksyon nang magkaproblema ang power plant ng PEDC. Katwiran naman ng NGCP, base sa kanilang assessment, stable naman ang kuryente noong mga oras na yon. Bagay na ikinairita ni Senator Tulfo.
You're hearing me but you're not listening. Meron na nga yung line, yung Unit 3 na gumagawa ng scheduled maintenance. Okay, as it is, lumpo na nga. Doon pa lang may serious problem na you could have done something.
Since stable po nga po yung grid, wala po tayong overloaded na line, walang tripping ng lines. Normal po, so we did the normal dispatch.
Normal lang daw at stable. Ewan ko kung stable pa rin pag-iisip ninyo.
Hindi. Alam nyo, ito si... Ang pangit mo mag-Senate hearing, Tulfo. Bastos ka talaga. Hindi talaga. Ayun ako. Kapag ako siguro malamang sa malamang, pag inaya ako sa Senate hearing na ito na napatid ko, pag ginanyan niya ako, malamang mako-contempt ako eh. Sabihin ko na lang sa kasama ko, love, di ako uwi ngayon. Bakit? Maka-contempt ako sa Senado. Diyos ko, tapos ito gusto nyo gawin presidente? Itong mokong na to? Diyos ko. Senator Rapi, tatry mo ako imbitahan sa mga relevant topics. Mga topics ko sa vlogging, ganyan-ganyan. Papuntahin mo ako dyan, please lang. Diyos ko, pwede namang sabihin na yung sinasabi mo, it doesn't make sense. Pwede namang ganun. Tapos sasabihin, pero ang sinabi niya, normal. Baka yung isip niya hindi normal. Nasa RTIA ka? Diyos ko.
Yeah, totoo, seryoso ako. Kasi dapat natataranta na kayo. Kita nyo kanina, galit na galit yung mayor ng Iloilo, si Mayor Treñas, yung mga governor.
Gadrang build-up ni DB5 kay Tulfo ah.
Kasi hindi kayo apektado eh. Wala kayo doon sa Iloilo.
Tingin naman ng Energy Regulatory Commission, mali ang basa ng NGCP sa aberya sa power plants. Nagkakaisa naman ang ilang senador na oras na mapatunayang naging pabaya ang NGCP sa obligasyon nitong maging system operator ng power grid ng bansa, dapat nang reviewin ng Senado ang legislative franchise ng NGCP at tignan kung dapat na ba silang palitan ng mas may kakayanang pangalagaan ang power supply ng bansa. Pero para kay Senator Tulfo, ngayon pa lang, dapat na raw tanggalan ng prangkisa ang NGCP dahil baka dumami pa ang lugar na maperwisyo ng brownout. Handa naman ang NGCP na ipa-review ang kanilang prangkisa. Nagbabalita mula sa Frontline, Mean Los Baños, News 5.
Yun, handa naman daw sila magpa-review ng prangkisa. Okay, maganda. Good job. Ganda ng build-up kay Tulfo eh. No? Tagal eh. Puro siya eh. Anyway, bago sa topic. Ito na ngayon, mga kachero. For me, this is quite interesting. Nagsalita si Senator Amy ng ganun. Kasi na-bring up yung suggestion na mag-invest ang government sa NGCP. By the way, mga kutsero, NGCP is a private entity. Privatized na yan. Pero nagkaroon ng suggestion na galing kay Martin Romualdez na mag-invest ang gobyerno sa NGCP. Ito ngayon, ang sinabi ni Senator Ay. Sabi, Why should the MIC spend money to improve the performance of the NGCB when it is regulated by the ERC? Makes sense naman yun. Why should we put public funds when regulatory measures are available? Sabi niya. Ayon kay Marcos' statement na tumutukoy sa probisyon ng RA 9136 o ang Electric Power Industry Reform Act. EPIRA Law. Alam naman natin mga kotsero, number 1, ang EPIRA Law is not a good law. So if anything, you have to amend. Ito kailangan amyendahan talaga ito. Kung gusto natin kumayos ang power, isa sa mga problema natin sa Pilipinas yung power generation. Kailangan ayusin ang EPIRA Law. That's one. Ito pangalawa, ito yung medyo hindi ko naintindihan kay Senator Ivy. Na bakit daw kailangan mag-invest ang MIC, Maharlika Investment Corporation, sa NGCP. Alam nyo mga kutsi. So ako kasi, ako practical lang naman ako. Practical lang ako matisin. Kasi mga kutsero, 40% of NGCP is owned by China. Ulitin ko, 40% po ng NGCP ay pag-aari ng China. Coach, minority stake lang naman yan eh. 40%, 60% owned pa rin ng Pilipinas. Pag kayo mabola, mga kutsero, 2 Filipino companies ang may-ari diyan sa NGCP. Tik 30% sila. Ano ang mas malaki? 30% o 40%? Tanong ko lang. Ano ang mas malaki? 30% o 40%? Common sense, 40%. Dalawa ho kasing kumpanya ng Pilipinas ang may-ari sa NGCP. Monte something. Ano ba yung NGCP? Monte Oro Grid. Ayan o. Monte Oro Grid Resources Corporation, 30% kay Henry C. Jr. 30% sa Kalaka High Power Corporation or Kalaka kay Coyuto Jr. 30% din. Yung natitirang 40% sa State Grid Corporation of China. Partida mga kutsero. Technical partner pa sila. Anong ibig sabihin ng technical partner? Ibig sabihin, lahat ng teknolohiya sila ang nagpapasok. Ngayon mga kutsero, eto lang. Ba't hindi natin bawasan yung 40% ng China? Hindi pa naman natin kayang kunin yung 40%. Obvious yun. Malaki yun, 40% na yun. Imposibleng makuha ng Pilipinas ng 40% na yan. Pero bakit hindi bilhin ng MIC yung 20, kahit 20% na lang para mas maliit yung capitalization na pinapasok ni State Grid Corporation of China para mas maliit ang control niya. Diba? Para mas maliit ang control niya. Kasi right now, 30% sa Monte Oro grid. 30% Kalaka High Power. 40% sa State Grid Corporation. Sino ang may decision power? At 30-30 lang sila. Kailangan pagsamahin nila pareho yung kanilang desisyon. Kailangan pareho sila ng desisyon para ma-overturn nila yung decision ni SGS, ni SGCC. Tapos sa kanila pa yung technical partner pa sila. Ibig sabihin sa kanila yung expertise at technology. Tingnan nyo. So, ang big boss, si Mr. Zhu Guangchao. Siya yung big boss. Bakit? 40% sa kanila eh. 40% sa kanila eh. Ayan So, at yung mga next, si Henry C. Junior, tapos Koyuto. Sana na mention din ni Senator Aimee. Kasi mga kotsero, ang akin lang ito. Ang pangit kasi na babalik ko lang yung punto kanina. Na malamang sa malamang kaya lang kinontra dahil kay Martin Romualdez ang galing. Ako, mga kotsero, I don't like Martin Romualdez. Ayoko sa kanya. Pero pag may good ideas siya, pwede naman siguro i-recognize yung good ideas. Diba? Ano ba masama doon? Ba't hindi natin kunin yung kahit 20% lang no sa China? Kasi ang sabi ni Senator Aimee, sabi doon ni Senator Aimee, umabot sa mahigit 307 billion ang kinita ng NGCP sa nakalipas na 14 years. At 239 billion dito o mahigit 77% ang naipamahagi sa shareholders. So ibig sabihin mga kotsero, yung 239 billion na to, 40% niyan napunta sa China. %40 yan dapat. So, to answer the question of Senator Aimee, kung bakit merong mga proyekto na hindi natatapos ang NGCP, it is because yung kanilang kita, 40% nun ibinibigay po sa China. Sabi kasi ni Senator Aimee, we could have avoided the recent power outage in Panay if the Cebu-Negros-Panay Backbone Project and the Visayas-Mindanao Interconnection Project were finished on schedule. Now, billions have been spent with no ROI. Totoo naman. Tama ho siya dyan. Pero mga kotsero, paano mo mapaprioritize ang proyekto sa Pilipinas kung nagbabayad ka ng pera papunta ng China? Kasi nandun yung 40% ng investment mo na nag-invest mo. Medyo hindi ko nagigets si Senator Aimee dito. Sabi ko before, gusto ko yung mindset ni Senator Aimee, yung how she processes information. Pero recently, hindi, ang weird ng mga, recently lang naman, itong mga nakarakang buwan lang. Ako, I have no love lost kay Martin Romualdez. Hindi ko siya gusto. Ulit-ulitin ko yan. At wala akong pake. Dahil trapo siya. Trapo si Martin Romualdez. Pero, nung sinabi niya na bakit hindi mag-invest ang MIC sa NGCP? I think it's a good idea. Bakit? Kasi matatanggal natin si China sa NGCP. Ito pa isang problema, mga kutso. Nabalita ko ito sa States 2009. US to. Electricity grid in the US penetrated by spies. US to. US. Paano sila nakapasok? According to a Wall Street Journal report, cyber spies have penetrated the US electric grid and left behind software programs that could be used to disrupt the system, according to current and former national security officials. Spies from China, Russia, and other countries, these officials said, and were believed to be on a mission to navigate the US electrical system and its controls. The intruders haven't sought to damage the power grid or other key infrastructure, but officials warned they could try during a crisis or war. Hindi ho ba kayo concerned dito? Lalo na na meron ng nakapasok na mga sleeper cell sa Pilipinas. Don't forget, mga kakutsero, huwag niyo kalimutan. Huwag niyo kalimutan. Ang business partner ho nila dito ay State Grid Corporation of China. Pag-aari po yan ng Chinese Communist Party. Again, I have nothing against Senator Amy. I still support her. It's just that recently, ang weird ng mga decision making niya rin. Ito lang, simula nitong nagkaroon ng mga problema kay Digong tsaka kay VP. Naging siya, parang nag-wild siya. Nawalan siya ng ewan. Imagine, mga kutsero, ang Chinese Communist Party ay merong backdoor sa atin sa Pilipinas. Sa kuryente. Kaya nga nakakatawa, mga kutsero. Di ba kayo nagtataka? Ilang power plant yung nag-trip? Ilang power plant yung nag-trip? 4? Sabay-sabay halos? Tapos ang lumalabas sa sistema ng NGCP, normal? Ang pangit lang ng ang pangit lang ng bato ni Tulfo pero may punto yung tanong niya. Bakit ang sa inyo, sa sistema nyo, ang basa nyo normal, pero 4 na power plant ang sabay-sabay halos nag-trip? Doon ako nagtaka Kung isa-isa lang yan, isa, dalawa, mas maganda nakakagulat pa nga pag dalawa Kung isa lang yan, maiintindihan natin. Sige, baka may nag-overload lang, etc. Walang problema. 3, 4, nakakapagtaka na yan, ma'am. Hindi na normal yan. Tapos ang lumalabas sa sistema ng NGCP, walang nangyayaring masama. Recently lang talaga kay Senator Amy. Real talk lang yan. I still support si Senator Amy. Pero recently talaga, recently lang yan, hindi yan ang weird. So weird. Hindi na nga ako dun sa tagtanggol Sir Herbert. Hindi na ako yung sa pagtanggol. Wala na ako dun kasi kung kailangan talaga i-criticize, let's criticize, wala problema. Kaso nga lang, puro criticize na lang, wala nang parang may ginawa bang tama yung kapatid mo, ma'am? Parang wala yata. But anyway, going back. Ayun nga. So, it's so weird. So, ako agree ako na na it's about time na NGCP, i-revoke na yung franchise. Suggestion na yan sa ano. Yan. Sinasuggest na ngayon yan. I-review na yung franchise ng NGCP. Ako, ito conspiracy theory lang naman. Hindi to ano. This is just my conspiracy theory. May involvement dyan ng ano, ang China. Sorry. I mean, it's not beyond them na ano. Hindi sila ganun kabait para hindi nila idamay ang greed ng Pilipinas. So, gusto na nilang i-ano yan. Buti nagsalita si Senator Amy dito, sabi niya, there's a compelling need for Congress to conduct an investigation with the end in view of revisiting and reviewing the franchise of NGCP. Ito lang siguro yung, ma'am, ito yung saving grace nyo sa statement nato. Ito yung saving grace nyo dito. Kasi, at least, di ba, nagsalita kayo na investigahan na yan, yung ano, yung NGCP. Baka pananakot sa Pilipinas yung nangyari sa Panay. It's possible. It's possible. Kasi ang weird talaga eh. Ang weird talaga nung yung sequence ng pangyayari. Nag-trip yung isang planta. Nag-trip din yung tatlong planta yun, if I'm not mistaken eh. Nag-trip yung sunod-sunod halos yung tatlong planta. 2 o 3 planta. Tapos, nung sinabi kanina sa balita, ang nakikita daw ng NGCP sa sistema nila, lahat normal. How can that happen? Ikaw yung grid. Sa'yo napupunta yung kuryente. Ibig sabihin, wala ka nang nakukuhang kuryente, tapos ang nakikita mo sa sistema mo, meron pa ring load. How can that happen? Ano nangyari yun? Para mong sinabi, kasi di ba, bawa yung ilaw, pag binuksan mo yung ilaw, sabihin may kuryenteng nadaloy dyan. Bubukas yung ilaw. Di ba? Ang nangyari, kay NGCP, hindi ganun. Sa sistema nila, bukas ang ilaw. Wala naka-generator. Anyway, sa sistema nila, bukas ang ilaw, pero yung ang nangyayari on the ground, iba. How can that happen? But at least dito may saving grace si Senator Amy. Yung saving grace niya is i-review na yung franchise. Yun sa kanya. I-review na yan. To which I agree. And I think this is also a good idea. Yung bilhin na yung ano, yung shares ng China, ano, ng state grid ng China. GMA yan eh. Ano ni GMA yan? Kaya si Aling Maliit, ano talaga yun eh. Anyway. Tapos what's this guy? Si Sandro. Ano yun? Sandro Marcos. Isa na rin nagtutulak na ano na rin daw yan. I-revoke na yung franchise ng NGCP. It has to start there. It has to start from Congress. Has to start there. Pero imagine, tingnan nyo yung kalokohan na nangyari dyan sa NGCP. Talo pa rin ng Pilipinas, alam nyo bakit? Nakakita sila ng loophole doon sa Constitution, yung 60-40 provisions. Nakasulat nga lang naman sa batas, sa ligang batas. 60% Filipino-owned. Hindi naman sinabi na pwedeng hatiin. Diba? Napakawalang hiya ng gumawa nito. Napakawalang hiya talaga ng gumawa nito. Kung sino man nagtulak na ito, napakawalang hiya niya talaga. Laki siguro ng banayan. Kung sino man gumawa dito. Nakasulat lang naman sa saligang batas. 60% Filipino-owned. Hindi naman sinabi na kailangan isang tao lang yan. E di hatiin natin sa 2. Hinati sa 2 eh. Kay Coyuto tsaka kay Henry C. Tag 30%. Tapos yung 40% sa state grid ng China. Hindi siya yung may pinakamalaking stake. Siya kayo ng beneficial owner. Siya pinakamalaki. I hope this get fixed. Kasi sabi ko nga sa inyo yung isang katrabaho, taga-Panay. Kawawa naman. Hindi talaga siya nakapagtrabaho. O di sabihin yung 5 days na yun, wala siyang kita. O saan na niya kukunin yun pang offset ng kanyang bayarin. Oriente. Bayarin sa Kawawa yung mga tao. Ay, Rosemary. E di hatiin natin ang 40% din ng China. Gawin na lang natin 20%. Yung nga yung sinasabi ko, di ba? Bakit hindi bili ni Maharlika Investment Corporation yung 20%? Parang 20% na lang yung di ba? Mas konti yung stake. Ngayon, yung kikitain ni Maharlika Investment Corporation, syempre kikita yun. Makikita ng dividendo yung shares na yun eh. At yung kikitain niya, pupunta yun sa pondo ng gobyerno. Kasi yun naman talaga ang purpose noon ng Maharlika Investment Corporation. Popondohan niya yung mga projects. O di ngayon, yung project ng NGCP na hindi mapondohan-pondohan, o baka doon kunin. Why not? Okay, pero yung sinabi ko sa inyo, conspiracy theory lang yun. Hindi yun fact. Napaisip lang ako. Hindi lang ako... nakakatawa lang yung nangyari sa Panay talaga. Hindi siya nakakatawa. Nakakatawa na nakakainis. Kasi, yun nga. Ang nasa sistema na nakikita ng National Grid Corporation of the Philippines, normal lahat. Pero, 4 na planta na sa Panay ang sarado. Bakit nangyari yun? Ba't umabot sa ganun? Hindi yata alam kung paano umabot. Pero yun ang ending. And our politicians are still politicking. As expected. They're still politicking. Huwag niyo pong kalimutan mag-subscribe sa ating Coach Jared YouTube channel. Pa-follow niyo pa tayo sa ating Facebook page. Dito po din sa Facebook, siyempre. Coach Jared.
Ngayon ay araw ng Martes, January 9, 2024.
Time check ay po ay alas 6:05 na ng umaga. At narito ang unang bagsak ng mga balitang gigising sa inyong umaga.
This pretzel-shaped collection of galaxies is our universe. And it's about to collide with another universe. It might be fascinating to watch, but we should probably be worried about what's going to happen when they crash. How would it change the physics of our universe? Is there any chance that we would survive? What would the collision look like from Earth? And has it ever happened before? This is What If. And here's what would happen if our universe collided with another one. The only potential evidence of a universal collision that we've ever discovered is in the form of a cold spot in our universe. In 2013, the European Space Agency's Planck satellite confirmed that this area is 1.8 billion light-years across. It's much colder than the rest of space, and it seems to be missing 10,000 galaxies.
Freshness na sakto lang? Going todo fresh confidence. Switch to Colgate Fresh Confidence. With breakthrough cooling technology.
At first, scientists were baffled by its existence, but now some have theorized that this spot might be a kind of scar or bruise left from colliding with another universe. But how can we know for sure? And if this is the case, how long before it happens again? Before we go any further, let me take a second to address something that might have some of you scratching your heads. Usually, when we refer to the universe, we're talking about all space and time, including planets, stars, galaxies, and all other forms of matter and energy. So, if the universe basically means everything in existence, then logically there can only be one of them, right? Not necessarily. Some scientists believe in the concept of the multiverse. This theory states that our universe wasn't the only one that popped into existence during the Big Bang. That there's an infinite number of other universes out there too, and we just haven't found a way to see or measure them yet. If this theory is right, then it's possible that all these other universes could have grown at the same rate, at the same time, after the Big Bang. If that's the case, then they might have banged into each other as they expanded. And that brings us back to the cold spot. The cold spot is a region of our universe that's 0.00015 degrees colder than everywhere else. That might not seem like a big deal, but when the rest of the universe's temperature is so consistent, scientists have started to think it's something more than an anomaly. They think that the cold spot might be a scar left over from a collision between universes. And the crash might have moved a bit of energy out of that spot in our universe, causing the colder temperature. But what would a collision of that magnitude look like? Well, we can't say for sure, but there are some pretty cool ideas out there. According to one physicist at the University of California, if another universe came crashing into ours, it would look like a giant mirror in the sky rushing towards us, because its wall would reflect light. If this other universe collided with our own, we could inherit a whole new set of governing laws of physics. Gravity could weaken or disappear, resulting in a slew of planets escaping the gravity of their stars, sending them flying off into space at ridiculous speeds. Without gravity, stars would cease to exist, and we'd be left in perpetual darkness. This would make life on Earth, and throughout most of the universe, nearly impossible. With no shining stars, we'd lose any means of nourishment or breathable air, as plants would no longer be capable of transforming starlight into energy through photosynthesis. But as bad as that all sounds, it's not something we really have to worry about, since the chances of our universe colliding with another one are slim to none. For one thing, we're not even sure that there are other universes out there to collide with. And even if there are, any collisions would have happened at that point when they were expanding, 380,000 years after the Big Bang, which would mean there's little to no chance of it happening again. If you're going to worry about colliding with anything, maybe you should pick something a little more realistic, like an asteroid. But that's a story for another What If. Some 13.8 billion years ago, a very hot, small and dense singularity expanded into what we now call the universe. It hasn't stopped growing since, but what if it did? What if all the galaxies, stars, planets, everything stopped moving away from everything else? Would the universe as it is just freeze? Or would it collapse into a single point, just like it was before the Big Bang? And would that be the end of everything? This is What If, and here's what would happen if the universe stopped expanding. Before the 1920s, when Edwin Hubble observed that the galaxies moved away from each other, we thought the universe was static. Years later, the Hubble Space Telescope showed us that not only is the universe expanding, but it's growing at an ever-increasing rate. This came as a total surprise for astrophysicists. They expected that the expansion was actually slowing down due to the force of gravity. To explain the discovery, they theorized that there's a force speeding up the expansion of the universe. They called it dark energy. What if this hypothesized energy suddenly stopped pulling the universe apart? Let's assume the strength of dark energy diminished over time, but was still enough to counteract the force of gravity. What would that look like? If that were the case, the universe would become just like Albert Einstein imagined it 100 years ago, before Hubble's discovery changed the game, and Einstein's viewpoint. It would be static. The universe would neither be expanding nor contracting. Eventually, stars would exhaust all the gas needed for their formation. Fewer new stars would be born, and the existing ones would burn out. The universe would grow darker, packed with black holes. By that time, the Earth would be long gone, absorbed by a red giant star that used to be our sun. At some point, it would reach its eventual temperature minimum, absolute zero, or 0K. On the Celsius side, that's minus 273 degrees. At that temperature, atoms themselves would stop moving. The universe would become absolutely lifeless. But let's go back and assume that dark energy became so weak that it couldn't counteract the force of gravity anymore. Once the gravity took over, it would pull everything back. The universe would start contracting. Galaxies would draw closer together until they merge into one mega-galaxy. With the stars melding into each other, space would become hotter than the sun, and again packed with black holes, the result of exploding stars. These black holes would suck up everything around them: planets, stars, entire galaxies, even one another. Eventually, they'd form one monstrous black hole that would pull the entire universe into a single point, hot, small, and extremely dense. The universe would end in a big crunch, reverting back into what it looked like at the start. And who knows, the newly formed singularity might explode into another Big Bang, creating a brand new universe with new stars, new planets, and new life forms. We don't know exactly how our universe will end. We don't even understand what the dark energy pulling it apart is. That's why there's not just one theory explaining the ultimate fate of the universe. There are several good ones. Any one of them might be correct, but they could be wrong altogether.
Hey everyone, welcome to another live stream of What If? This week's theme is how the universe ends. You know, most of us are already aware of the various ways the world will come to an end. There's pollution, melting of the polar ice caps, hole in the ozone layer, nuclear annihilation, AI, zombies. But few of us can think big picture enough to envision the end of the entire universe. Lucky for you, I'm one of those people. Later on, we'll be talking about black holes, the big bounce, the big rip. But first, here's a story about my friend Saul, the sun. It's been with us for as long as we can remember. Maybe even before we were here, but she's not going to be here forever.
This is What If, and here's what would happen if the sun exploded tomorrow. That star at the center of our solar system, that super hot ball of plasma that gives us heat and energy, and amazing complexions. Well, it's a ticking time bomb. The sun is 4.5 billion years old, but it's only expected to last about another 5 billion years. After that, the sun will expand, becoming a red giant. Then, it will shrink to become a white dwarf, a dying star, cooling for the next several billion years. Of course, we'll all be long gone before any of that happens, but still, can you imagine what it would be like to watch the sun blow up before your very eyes? With a name like supernova, You'd think that a solar explosion would be the most magnificent fireworks show the world has ever seen. But in reality, you likely wouldn't see anything. The sun is 150 million kilometers away from Earth. And it takes 8 minutes for light from the sun to reach us. And while that may seem super far away, in supernova terms, we don't stand a chance. For Earth to be completely safe from a supernova, we'd need to be at least 50 to 100 light years away. But the good news is that if the sun were to explode tomorrow, the resulting shockwave wouldn't be strong enough to destroy the whole Earth. Only the side facing the sun would boil away instantly. The lucky other half would experience a rise in temperature that would be 15 times hotter than the sun's current surface temperature. And permanent darkness. And without the sun's mass keeping us in orbit, Earth would likely start floating off into space, while its remaining inhabitants desperately struggle to stay alive. There is a chance that our planet could lock into orbit around another star that might provide the same light and heat as our sun, but by the time that happened, we'd all be long gone.
New Baggy Carry. May 12 Asian spices na may anghang kari sarap. Get carried away.
If we knew in advance the day that the sun would explode, then we could buy ourselves as many as 1,000 years of time, provided we had the resources to sustain ourselves for that long. And we could. Just a few meters below the ground you walk on, the Earth is maintaining a temperature of about 17 degrees. So if we had enough time to prepare, civilization could continue to live by moving underground into a huge network of fortified bunkers. Within a week after the explosion, the surface temperature on Earth would drop to minus 18 degrees. Within a year, temperatures would plummet to about minus 73 degrees. At this point, the oceans would begin to freeze from the top down. Within 1,000 years, Earth's atmosphere would freeze and collapse, leaving anything left on the surface exposed to cosmic radiation and meteor impacts. Hopefully, by that point, we'd have found ourselves a new home. The good news is that if the sun were to explode, and it will eventually happen, it wouldn't happen overnight. When the sun does die, it will be a long, slow, arduous process taking place over billions of years. The sun will get hotter and brighter, and it will start to expand. During this process, it will lose its outer layers to the cosmos, leading to the creation of other stars and planets, in the same way that the violent burst of the Big Bang created Earth. Who knows? Maybe new life could form. Can you imagine another Earth? A new humanoid species? It's hard to predict how our galaxy might look billions of years from now, and it's especially hard to imagine our solar system without the great golden anchor that keeps us all together. But one day, in the very, very distant future, the sun will expand, and then it will shrink, maybe leaving room for a new star to take its place. 13.8 billion years ago, the entire universe emerged from one single point in space. This theory is known as the Big Bang, and it's the most widely accepted story of the creation of our universe. Scientists came up with this universal origin story when they observed that every single galaxy in space is moving away from us, even today. That means that at one point in time, everything could have been condensed into an infinitely dense spot, known as a singularity. This singularity was really hot, too. Other evidence of the Big Bang is something known as cosmic microwave background. It's radioactive remnants from the early days of our universe. Remnants that you can only see with the help of a telescope. But what if we have this all wrong? What if the universe didn't start like this? what else were we wrong about? This is What If, and here's what would happen if everything you knew about the universe is wrong. I'm sure you're not looking forward to the end of the universe, but glancing at its future demise could flip your understanding of the universe and its origins. Okay, so you know that our universe is continually expanding outward, so you might assume that it would likely continue expanding forever. Well, this could be true, and this is why the most widely accepted theory involves the universe doing just that. It's called the Big Freeze. And what's really cool about this is a mysterious and invisible force that makes the universe expand. It's called dark energy, and it makes up 69% of the universe's mass. Another 26% of it is made of dark matter, and only 5% of the universe is plain old ordinary matter. If all this material originated from one point and just kept expanding, eventually all this heat and energy would be very, very spread out. At a certain point, everything would be so far away from each other that the entire universe would reach a ridiculously frigid temperature. Absolute zero. Absolute zero is the lowest temperature possible. It translates into 0 Kelvin, or if you prefer a more familiar temperature scale, minus 273 degrees Celsius. By the time the universe reaches this super low temperature, you wouldn't be able to see any distant galaxies from your vantage point in the Milky Way. Don't worry though, that would be at least a couple of trillion years from now. Now, that's just one theory. It's also possible that the death of the universe will be the exact opposite of this. Instead of expanding forever, the universe could shrink back together. Time for the big crunch. All of the matter in the universe, taken as a whole, has an unimaginable amount of gravity. It might be enough gravitational force to battle the mysterious dark energy and win. If this big crunch were to happen, the universe would start to contract in on itself. Galaxy clusters far away would merge. Eventually, stars and planets in our own galactic neighborhood would clump together too. And this increasing density would heat up the whole universe.
Milky na, chocolatey pa. Yan ang paborito niyang Chucky.
All that cosmic microwave background radiation from the Big Bang would get so heated that it would be hotter than stars. We're talking 5,000 degrees Celsius hot. The universe would become a scorching, chaotic mess. As temperatures continued to rise and more mass got crushed into a teeny tiny region, atoms would start to break apart. The universe would be turning into the densest black hole possible. While that would certainly be the end of the universe as we know it, it might just be the beginning of a new one. And that would be proof that our universe is much, much older than we thought. The universe may have formed itself over and over again. In this violent cycle of contraction and expansion, you wouldn't have the slightest chance of surviving to witness this epic event firsthand. No one would. So, for now, all of this is just an end-of-times theory. And it has a big name, the Big Bounce. It suggests that the universe expands and contracts all the time, just like a lung that breathes in and out, only in slow motion. And not just once or twice. According to this theory, there may have been billions, trillions or even an infinite number of universes, both before and after ours. Each time the universe reforms, it could create completely different laws of physics. This would create all kinds of strange possibilities. There could be universes with no life, no stars, and not even an atom in sight. Now, this is all pretty wild, and it gets wilder from here. Some scientists debate that everything we know about our universe is wrong. What we know about the cosmos is based on what we can see and study in our galactic neighborhood. Then, we assume that it works like that everywhere else in the universe. The idea is old, and it's called the cosmological principle. But we may have been wrong all along. It could be that the way our Milky Way galaxy moves through the universe is distorting our data. I mean, we've never had any hard evidence to confirm our theories, so there's no way of seeing the bigger picture from where we stand. This is where you could be starting to doubt whether any of this is real to begin with. Surely our universe, the one we can see, must exist, right? Well, not so fast. You have quantum mechanics to thank for what I'm going to tell you next. Scientists who study quantum mechanics theorize about the nature of the universe on an atomic level. And according to some scholars in this field, the universe must be one of two things: real or local. Bear with me here. I know this can be mind-numbing. If the universe is real, that would mean that it has specific properties like color and mass that exist even when you're not looking at them. For example, take a red ball. If it's real, the ball is red even when there's no one around to look at it. On the other hand, the universe could be local.
Doble pagod dahil doble kayod? Switch to BabyRan Ano Plus para doble ang tibay.
This means that the universe can only exist because we are there to observe it through our telescopes. So if you think about the red ball again, without anyone around to observe it, it could have any color or no color at all. Only when you look at it and see that it's red, does it actually become red? That's quantum physics 101. But there's a catch. The universe could be either real or local. It can't be both. And remember that the universe is ridiculously big. It could be infinite. Our telescopes just aren't powerful enough to observe all of it. So that means we can't know for sure if the universe is even real. Whoa, you didn't see that coming, did you? Well, that should be enough of a head-scratcher to keep you pondering about how everything really came to be, where it all could eventually go, and what's the meaning of it all anyway?
Quantum mechanics makes my eyes water and my stomach hurt. Like, it makes me feel as if I'm on my way to my high school art class, only instead I get there and it's advanced abstract algebra. And of course I haven't memorized the Lagrange inversion theorem, so fat chance I'm going to be able to define an explicit form of inverse coefficients, given in terms of belt polynomials. You have that dream too? Our next story is about the Big Rip. Now, that's another way the universe will end. But up here in Canada, we use that term a bit differently. Like, it was hard for me to make this video because I kept wanting to make a story about heading out for a rip to my friend's house. You know, hopping on the skidoo, putting on my toque, and taking a big rip through the back 40. Buddy's got a 2-4 later with some ketchup chips and some poutine, and we're going to have a big rip of our own. Don't worry, this next one's in English.
So, we all know about the Big Bang, right? The cosmic explosion that created our universe? Well, as with everything, there is a beginning and an end. This is the Big Rip, the ultimate fate of our universe. It will be a cosmic event that will tear apart galaxies one by one. Stars, planets, you, everything will be eviscerated. Luckily, it's not going to happen for another 20 to 30 billion years. But what if we weren't so lucky? What if the Big Rip happened tomorrow? What would happen to our planet? And would this really be the end of everything we know? This is What If. And here's what would happen if the Big Rip happened tomorrow. In the future, the Big Rip will literally tear apart the universe. A process that will take about 1 billion years from start to finish. But the mad scientists here at What If have sped up the clock.
So that's, coming along.
The Big Rip is now scheduled for tomorrow. Try to get some sleep now. You've got a big day ahead of you. So, how will this go down exactly? Well, something called dark energy is driving the expansion of the universe. So, as the universe expands, so does the dark energy. During this expansion, dark energy transforms into something called phantom energy. And no, it's not just going through a goth phase. If this transformation happens and the phantom energy increases faster than the expansion of the universe, the Big Rip is set to make its debut. Think of it like a water balloon, and the water is filling the balloon up too fast. Eventually, the balloon will pop. But in this case, it's not a balloon, it's the entire universe. Meanwhile, back on Earth, you're going to have a very, very interesting day. Imagine that you're looking up at the beautiful night sky and you see a shooting star. Wait, that's not a shooting star, that's the Andromeda Galaxy. And it's moving away from us. That's weird. So, since you're confused about what's happening, you whip out your telescope and try to get a closer look. You try to look for other galaxies in the local group of galaxies, but they're gone. Suddenly, all the stars start moving away from you. It looks like you're traveling at light speed. That's the Milky Way breaking apart. You see Saturn shooting through the night sky, and oh my, there goes Jupiter, and oh gosh, you got Mars too. Then, all you see is blackness. The sky is empty of any stars. There's just complete darkness. Okay, it can't get any worse, can it? Well, now the ground is shaking, and you see massive tidal waves, earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions. This is because the moon is breaking away from Earth's gravitational pull. But before you even have a chance to react, the Earth will be snatched away from the sun, and it's going to get really, really cold. And for the grand finale, our planet will be torn apart and explode. Luckily, you'll be dead by the time this happens. Yeah, you heard me. I said luckily. If you manage to survive long enough during the explosion, you'd be able to witness your own disintegration. All of your molecules would be getting pulled apart. As you unraveled, all the atoms that make up your body would be swirling around, disintegrating into electrons and protons and neutrons. And then, poof, they'd rip apart as well, leaving nothing behind. Nothing is sacred to the Big Rip. And as the universe keeps expanding, it'll get ripped apart too. The universe is gone. Just gone. Or at least, it's gone as we know it. We have no idea what would occur after the Big Rip. That's totally unknown. So, sorry for the spoilers, but that's how we close the book on our universe. Thankfully, we'll all be long dead before the Big Rip happens. Hey, who turned out the stars? Hello? Seriously, where did they go? Is this the end of the universe? Are we all about to get wiped out? This is What If, and here's what would happen if all the stars in the universe exploded at the same time. For every galaxy that's visible from Earth, there are 9 smaller ones that we can't see, even with all the technology we've developed. That's 90% of all space stuff in the observable universe that we're missing out on. We can't even see all the stars in the Milky Way. Our home galaxy is just too cluttered with gas, dust, smaller stars, and, well, one supermassive black hole. All that makes it impossible to tell how many stars there really are out there. But whatever that number is, it sure has a lot of zeros in it. Watching them explode all at once might mean that the Earth is about to become nothing more than dust in space. But there's also a scenario in which we could make it out alive. All stars eventually exhaust their nuclear fuel and die. Some of them depart modestly, first swelling to the stage of a red giant and then slowly cooling down over billions of years. More massive stars explode into a blinding burst of light known as a supernova. As stars go supernova, they spit out a superheated shockwave in all directions, along with a lot of radiation. Supernovas exploding 30 light years away from Earth could send us so much radiation that it would start ripping apart our ozone layer. Once the ozone layer was damaged enough to allow just 10% more UV rays to hit the planet's surface, nearly all marine life would be wiped out. With 2/3 of the ozone layer gone, people living in mid-latitude cities, from London to Melbourne, would start getting severe sunburns. Not even SPF 1000 would save your skin from that much radiation. Some stars would take it a step further. They'd collapse to form black holes. From Earth, this would appear as a lot of bright flashes in the sky. Because of the huge distances involved, the explosions would happen in slow motion. You could see one star exploding for over 10 years as the light from it continued to travel towards Earth. You wouldn't hear any explosions. Sound waves need molecules to travel through. Since space is a vacuum, there'd be no volume. Only a really cool light show. Would the Earth survive these cosmic fireworks? Technically, it's possible. Our planet's surface would be wiped out and all the oceans would boil away. Any survivors would be forced underground, watching out for further damage from exploding stars. But at least life on Earth could have a chance. Wait, am I forgetting something? Ah, right. We'd be sharing our neighborhood with one exploding star. If the sun were to go supernova, all life on Earth would definitely come to an end. The surface of our planet would become 15 times hotter than the surface of the sun right now. That alone would vaporize Earth within a few days. Lucky for us, the sun isn't massive enough to go supernova. But if it exploded, it would send matter in all directions, raining down on Earth 22 hours after the explosion. I'm not gonna lie to you, it would be all bad in the end. But then, exploding stars might form new stars and new planets orbiting them. It would be the beginning of a new universe.
Speaking of star explosions, well, how do you like my hoodie? It's a nebula, the gas and dust thrown out by the explosion of a dying star. You can get one of your own. Just have a merch store. You didn't know? Check out the What If store at shop.underknown.com. You can get this sweatshirt, this coffee mug, a copy of our book, The What If 100, hats, hoodies, stickers, we got it all. Okay, this next video is about the Big Bounce. I love this theory because I believe this is what's happening in our universe. A period of billions of years of expansion until we can't take it anymore, followed by billions of years of contraction of the universe and continuing in a cyclical process for infinity.
This is the universe. And this little dot here is the Earth. And this is a big bounce coming up. And it's about to squash our planet. Thanks. How long would we have until the Earth got crushed into nothingness? What would we observe from down here? And what would happen next?
Hanggang saan aabot ang 20 pesos mo? Boss, bayad no?
This is What If, and here's what would happen if the universe was bouncing. It's generally accepted that the universe emerged from one single point of infinite density and then rapidly expanded in what we call the Big Bang. But when it happened, nobody was around to see it for themselves. So here comes a new theory. What if it all didn't start with the Big Bang 13.8 billion years ago? What if, instead, the universe had no beginning and no end, but was expanding and contracting back over and over again? The cyclic universe involves a series of big bounces, where the universe acts like an enormous cosmic lung, inhaling and exhaling a giant breath with every bounce. Basically, you've got nothing to worry about, because the cyclic universe expands for several billion years, and then contracts for billions of years. On a scale of a human lifespan, this timeline is just not developing fast enough to affect you in any way. But we here at What If like to add some spice to our stories. In this case, we'll speed things up and have the universe go through its bouncing cycle almost every day. And the next bouncing event is scheduled for tomorrow. You'd start the day with some worrisome news from astrophysicists. The stars and galaxies that normally move slowly away from each other would now be moving toward one another, and fast. Every planet, star, and every galaxy on the edge of the universe would be rushing towards its center, breaking the cosmic lightspeed limit. Black holes would be colliding with other black holes. They'd be sending huge amounts of cosmic radiation in all directions and growing into even bigger black holes. No planet in the universe would have a stable orbit anymore. They'd go flying across the galaxy to meet up at the cosmic downtown. At this point, things would get quite messy on our planet, and you wouldn't be able to do a thing to stop it. So just sit back and watch the world end. As the universe continued to collapse in on itself, its temperature would rapidly become hotter. The superheated temperatures would evaporate our oceans, our planet, and even our atoms. Everything that ever existed would be wiped out. Finally, when the universe contracted to its densest point, it would become a super hot, dense mix of matter. It would slow down for a moment, and then suddenly start expanding again. A new bouncing cycle would begin. A totally new universe would emerge. New universe, old rules. From hot cosmic dust, gravity would form new planets, new stars, and new galaxies. And then, new life forms would emerge on these new worlds. This new universe would expand until it reaches its limit, and then it would go back to becoming a dense, hot ball of matter. The cycle would repeat, and again, and again. But we would be too long gone to know about it. They're massive and extremely dense. They rip apart anything and everything that gets close to them. We can't see black holes, but we know they have the destructive power to wipe everything out of existence. This is What If, and here's what would happen if a black hole deleted the universe. Before we get to the part where a black hole erases the universe, let's make something clear. The universe is a giant supercomputer processing information. Without information, there can be no universe. But what is information? In physics, information is the property of a specific state of a particle. I know, it sounds confusing. Here's a simpler way of looking at it. This is a carbon atom. A bunch of these can be arranged to make a hard diamond. But if you change the arrangement of atoms, you can get soft graphite. The basic building blocks are the same, it's information that makes them different. In quantum mechanics, information is like energy. It can't disappear into nothingness. So how, in the universe, can one black hole do the impossible? That's the black hole information paradox. Black holes act like monstrous cosmic trash compactors. They squeeze stars, planets, and unfortunate astronauts who cross the event horizon into a microscopic point. So, what happens to the information about every particle that a black hole consumes? Since information can never be destroyed, it has to be stored somewhere inside that black hole, right? Our original understanding of black holes assumed that everything that disappeared in the black hole stayed in the black hole. The moment an object passed the event horizon, it got crushed into the density of the black hole. The information about it could never be retrieved again. That's what we thought before Stephen Hawking introduced Hawking radiation. Hawking realized that black holes aren't static. Rather, they release their mass and energy back into the universe, particle by particle, until there's nothing left. So, does that mean the information within a black hole can somehow escape with the black hole's outgoing radiation? Not quite. The black hole doesn't preserve the information it consumes. It chaotically mixes it together with other bits of information, making it impossible to recover. The information is lost forever. If the information can be lost, that would mean that black holes can eventually delete the universe. Forever. But there is a possibility that the black hole doesn't delete the information. It may be hiding it in a baby universe, a small, self-contained part of the universe that branched off of ours. The information wouldn't technically be lost, but we wouldn't be able to interact with it. Another possibility is that black holes can encode the information, according to the holographic principle. If you were to get trapped inside a black hole, you'd still experience three-dimensional space. For us, looking at you from the outside, you'd appear stretched on the flat surface, just like a hologram. That would mean that the information paradox is resolved, and we don't need to rewrite the laws of physics. But we'd have to rethink our understanding of reality. The universe could be a three-dimensional image projected off a two-dimensional surface. And you may be a hologram on the surface of a black hole. And the best part? The black hole couldn't delete the universe after all.
Wait, are we living in a hologram? I mean, if we are, I'd prefer it was more like the holodeck on Star Trek The Next Generation. You know, where we could go on the holodeck and basically ask Alexa or Siri to create a cool holographic VR world that we want to experience. I mean, in this day and age, why would we not have the ability to determine our own experiences? Okay, this next video is a look at the various ways our universe might meet its end, but for me it also served as a bit of a reminder that we end too. Everybody dies. We're here for a good time, not a long time, so have a good time. The sun can't shine every day.
What if all the stars disappeared tomorrow, together with all the planets, solar systems, and galaxies? What would be left of the universe if it suddenly collapsed? What could make it restart its cosmic cycle all over again? And how exactly could the entire universe break apart? This is What If, and here's what would happen if the universe ended tomorrow. Some 50 million years from now, the Martian moon Phobos will slam into Mars and shatter to pieces. In 100 million years, Earth will likely get hit by an asteroid, the size of the one that caused all the dinosaurs to go extinct. In about 1.5 billion years, the sun will become so luminous that it will force the habitable zone to move outwards, leaving what's left of Earth to get crispy. Everything will eventually come to an end, even our almost 14 billion-year-old universe. What would it be like to witness the epic end of the cosmos? Don't get too comfy. The end of the universe would mean the end of everything in it. 2 trillion galaxies that we can observe from Earth, filled with a tremendous amount of everything, from enormous gas giants to weird-shaped asteroids. Everything would be gone, including you and whoever else is out there. But your last moments could be very different, depending on how the universe shut down. Here are 3 ways it might happen. One possibility is it might get really chilly. The universe is expanding. Galaxies are moving away from each other at an ever-increasing rate, despite the attempts of gravity to pull them back together. That's because a theoretical force called dark energy is opposing the force of gravity. If one day this dark energy pulled a little too hard, the pieces of raw material needed for star formation would become too far away from each other. All the existing stars would eventually run out of fuel, and there would be no new ones to replace them. It would get very dark and very cold. Once the temperature reached absolute zero, nothing would be able to move, not a single atom. The universe would become the most boring, static place, and would probably remain an endless void forever. I bet you were hoping for a more spectacular ending to this story. So let's add more action with the Big Rip. If the dark energy became so intense that it was able to nullify the force of gravity altogether, it would rip the universe apart. It would start with the galaxies, tearing them down one by one. Black holes would be the next to disintegrate, followed by stars, planets, asteroids. As the expansion of the universe ramped up, every form of matter would collapse on itself and decay into radiation. That, of course, includes you. The universe would end up full of single particles. Would it ever come together after its death? Let's try our luck with the Big Crunch theory. If the force of gravity fought back hard enough to overthrow the dark energy, the universe would stop expanding. It would shrink back instead. Planets would collide with other planets, the stars would slam into each other, galaxies would merge together. Earth wouldn't be able to dodge all the space matter for too long. The universe would compress into a very dense singularity, just the way it was before the Big Bang began spewing out galaxies. From that singularity, it could make a fresh cosmic start, with new planets, new stars, new life forms. If you got into a spaceship and traveled long enough and fast enough, could you eventually loop back to where you started? Assuming you don't accidentally collide with another planet or star and no black hole swallows you along the way. This is What If. And here's what would happen if the universe is a loop. We don't know much about the universe. We have no idea how big it is, or where it starts or ends. For years, scientists thought the universe was flat, like a piece of paper, and that if you kept traveling in a straight line through space, you'd just sail off into infinity. But a new study of cosmic microwave background, or CMB, might have just ruined everything we thought we knew about the universe and its shape. What's in it for you? Well, if the universe is a loop, it would mean that a kind of time travel might just be possible. Before we move on to the time travel, let's get the theory out of the way. I'll start with Albert Einstein's theory of relativity. Einstein predicted that space could bend in different ways, meaning the universe could be flat, or curved, or closed. The flat universe was the most likely shape of all, and by that I mean that it fit our current understanding of physics. But then, researchers found something strange in the cosmic microwave background. Figuring out the shape of the universe isn't an easy task. We've never sent a single space probe to the outermost reaches of our universe. Well, we don't even have spacecraft that could possibly go that far. And this is where the CMB comes in handy, the cosmic microwave background. It's microwave radiation that's spread throughout the universe, a relic from its very early ages. Because it's so old, CMB serves as the main source of data about the universe and its past. And by measuring it, scientists can get all kinds of cosmological information. Now this is the Planck mission satellite. It was sent to measure temperatures in the CMB, among other tasks. But the data that this satellite brought back didn't quite add up. It suggested that gravity was bending the CMB more than the researchers expected. And this isn't something that existing physics can explain. Maybe we were wrong about the shape of the universe. Maybe it's closed like one huge inflated balloon. There is a way to test this theory, although it's quite hypothetical. So put your helmet on and buckle up. It's going to be a long ride. Oh, and by the way, for this task, you'd have to not age for billions of years. You'd also need to build a spaceship with warp drive technology. Equipped with all that, you'd begin your journey around the universe. Don't say I didn't warn you. This one-way voyage would take you billions of years. If the universe is much, much larger than what we can observe, you might only get a third of the way. But if the universe is a loop that's less than 15 billion light years in diameter, you might return to your starting point. That would be solid proof that the universe is indeed a loop and that physics as we understand it doesn't apply. And what was I saying about time? Oh right, Albert Einstein suggested that space and time are connected. So if the space of the universe is looped, could time be looped as well? It might be. The universe could be repeating itself over and over again, from the Big Bang to the Big Crunch. That would explain how the galaxies, with their stars and planets, came into being. And if we live in a looped universe with looped time, maybe, just maybe, one of those young galaxies you can see out there is actually an infant version of the Milky Way. That may not be the kind of time travel you expected. The thing is, the shape of the universe wouldn't have any effect on you or the Earth, or even the entire galaxy, but it might just give us a loophole in covering the astronomical distances involved in exploring the universe. Welcome to the void. Black holes remain the most mysterious and destructive force in our universe. And when one explodes, the devastation permanently changes the structure of the universe. But what if not one, but all the black holes in the universe suddenly exploded? Would you die instantly? Or would gravity suck you in? And how could you use this cosmic event to book yourself a journey in time? This is What If, and here's what would happen if every black hole suddenly exploded. In 2016, astronomers discovered the remnants of an explosion from a supermassive black hole almost 400 light years from Earth. The event ripped through space and created a cosmic crater wide enough for 18 Milky Way galaxies to fit inside. This one blast ripped apart the Ophiuchus galaxy cluster and raged for over 100 million years. But what did it take to ignite its fuse? A black hole, which is the remains of a dead star, contains a large concentration of matter squeezed into a tiny area. And its gravitational field becomes so strong that all matter and even light gets sucked into its vortex. The Milky Way galaxy alone contains over 400 million black holes. Yeah, in the center of our home galaxy, there's a supermassive black hole, over 4 million solar masses wide. And studies have found that most galaxies have these gravitational monsters at their core. These supermassive black holes, like the one in our backyard, can expand to billions of times the size of the sun. So, is our galaxy a ticking time bomb? Now, speaking of black holes, 1% of these giants has a swirling mass of gas and dust called an accretion disk. The orbiting debris from this disk falls inside the black hole and shoots out at nearly the speed of light. Guided by twisted magnetic fields, the metals and radiation would burn brightly and return to the cosmos. Debris from the accretion disk endlessly feeds this giant singularity. But what would it take for this behemoth to explode? The black hole would have to take in over 300 million solar masses of gas to create an explosion greater than the one that tore apart the Ophiuchus cluster. And the amount of gas it displaced would equal several trillion suns. Across the universe, the blast would rip galaxies apart and destroy planets. And depending on the amount of gas it took in, the explosion could continue for hundreds of millions of years. Unfortunately for planet Earth, we lay right in the path of a jet stream from Sagittarius A, the supermassive black hole in the Milky Way. Super hot particles ejected from the black hole would slam into our planet along with lethal levels of radiation. Once the X-ray and gamma-ray photons reached Earth, they would destroy the ozone layer within months. With this protective layer gone, how long would it take for the radiation to fry the planet? It would take over 1,000 years for those gamma rays to hit our planet if the closest black hole, HR 6819, exploded. So, while we might see several hundred new bright spots in the sky, it would take a millennium before our planet would feel its effects. I mean, if we're still around. This cataclysmic event wouldn't destroy the entire universe, just large parts of it. But the same materials left behind from the blast would create the seeds for new life. Over hundreds of billions of years, these particles could become new stars, galaxies, or even life. On Earth, time near the edge of the black hole would appear to last billions of years. And near the border of the singularity, an object would seem to hover there endlessly. Our universe was born billions of years ago, and since that time, it's given birth to millions of galaxies, our solar system, and who knows what else. Our universe has been evolving for 13.8 billion years. But how exactly did we get here? Well, strap in, because today we're going back in time to explore the history of the universe in 10 minutes.
In the beginning, there was nothing.
Then suddenly, the Big Bang happened and created our universe. Yeah, okay, maybe it's a little more complicated than that. How this cosmic event began is largely a mystery, but once it got started, it never stopped. Within milliseconds, particles like quarks and photons are formed. They're just some of the building blocks that make up the world you know today. A couple of minutes later, more elements were born. Protons and neutrons combined to create elements like helium and deuterium. And for the next 400 million years, the universe will continue to rapidly expand. After hundreds of millions of years of chaos and rapid expansion, things slow down a bit. This will begin the formation of the first structures of our universe. Think of these structures as the ingredients that make up our stars, galaxies, and even planets like Earth. Next, we see the formation of primordial gas clouds made up of helium and hydrogen, two of the elements that were created earlier. These gas clouds have been pulled together over millions of years through the force of gravity. Once they came together over millions of more years, they slowly got denser and denser. But let's speed this up. As our gas clouds are getting closer and denser, they're also getting hotter. Once the center of one of these clouds reaches 10 million degrees Kelvin, it'll suddenly ignite, creating a process known as nuclear fusion. The hydrogen atoms will combine to form helium, releasing an incredible amount of energy. Suddenly, the first star in our universe is born. But this isn't the only one. Within these cosmic clouds, billions of stars are now being created. And these aren't just shiny balls of light. They're going to play an integral part in shaping our universe. And not all these stars are identical. As they're born, they'll form into different shapes and sizes. Some will be massive blue giants, while others will be smaller red dwarfs. And it's not just their size that's different. Stars have different lifespans, too. Some live for tens of millions of years, while others live for trillions. And as we've been observing these stars, something fascinating has been happening. These stars don't like to chill in space by themselves. They want to group together. And it just so happens that when these stars, along with other particles like gas, dark matter, and dust, group together due to gravitational forces, they form galaxies. Yeah, galaxies like the Milky Way and Andromeda were formed in this way. But that won't be for a couple more billion years. Over hundreds of millions of years, the universe continued to expand. More galaxies formed, and they began to evolve in fascinating ways. In a common theme we've been seeing throughout our travels, the galaxies started to gravitate toward each other. As these galaxies begin to pull together, they create galaxy clusters. These are the largest gravitational structures we know of. At this time, we're also seeing some of the stars that formed near the beginning of the universe starting to die out. They're exploding into supernovas. But don't be sad that they're dying. These supernovas are a necessary sacrifice to provide the universe with essential elements that will later create planets and life. Speaking of essential elements, I should also mention dark matter. This is a mysterious substance that doesn't emit or absorb any light and plays a pivotal role in the tapestry of the universe. Even though we can't see dark matter, we know that it has a strong pull that has helped shape everything up until now. Dark matter is like a hidden framework that's helped form our galaxy clusters and other elements of the universe. Okay, now is when things get a little more familiar. After several smaller galaxies come together, the Milky Way begins to form. Our sister galaxy, the Andromeda Galaxy, is also created during this time. And in other similar galaxies, solar systems are starting to be created. Enormous clouds of gas and dust collapse under their own gravity, bonding together and creating early planets and solar systems. And it only gets more interesting from here. Okay, we've been away for a couple billion years, and during that time, the universe has continued to expand. More solar systems and galaxies are formed, and way more stars have been created. Speaking of stars, arguably the most important star in all of space was born. Our sun. After our sun is born, extra gas and dust surround it. Over time, these particles clump together, eventually growing larger and larger. This process is called planetesimals, the beginning of the planets we know today in our solar system. Over time, these planetesimals grow larger and larger through countless collisions and gravitational attractions. One of these protoplanets that's emerging is Earth. Its growth is marked by a pivotal event. A Mars-sized body known as Theia crashes into our planetesimal, which creates what we now call Earth and our moon. Similar collisions of celestial bodies create the other rocky planets we know today: Mercury, Venus, and Mars. Over in the cooler regions of space, further away from the Sun, gas giants like Jupiter and Saturn are forming. But checking back in on our rocky planets, they look significantly different than they do in the present day. They're a lot smoother than I remember. Well, just wait a couple more million years for what's known as the Late Heavy Bombardment to occur. This cosmic event saw massive asteroids hit these rocky planets. It played a huge role in how they're shaped today. Okay, after billions and billions of years, we finally start to see life appear in our universe. But don't get too excited. These are simple, single-celled organisms known as prokaryotes. They lack many of the essential features for life today, but are still an important part of our evolution. You currently have trillions of them living on your body. Not long after this, oxygen begins to appear on Earth, and so do multi-celled organisms. Earth's climate is beginning to take shape, and we see the introduction of the ozone layer, which protects life from harmful radiation from space. Okay, another couple billion years have passed, and a lot has happened. The organisms that were microscopic have evolved to become creatures with vertebrae. This is a significant milestone and a precursor to all other vertebrate life on Earth, including you. And even more change happens during this time. Plants are evolving and continents are moving. This is the age of reptiles and Pangea, but it also had its shortcomings. A mass extinction event occurs, wiping out a vast majority of the species that have been so patiently evolving. This sets the stage for dinosaurs and mammals to emerge. And as this era comes to a close, Pangea begins to fragment, laying the groundwork for our modern continents. And now, we're here. In the hundreds of millions of years that have passed, humans have arrived and evolved. Modern civilization was born. And now, we're looking to move forward again. Who knows what's next? Space travel? Climate change? Future technology? I guess we'll find out when we travel 1 billion years into the future.
Okay, everyone, thanks for joining us on this veritably violent voyage through the universe. I hope you enjoyed it and hope you learned a lot. We'll be back soon with another What If?
This pretzel-shaped collection of galaxies is our universe. And it's about to collide with another universe.
We inhabit a galaxy known as the Milky Way, which contains hundreds of billions of stars. How did we arrive at this point, and what is our future? These concerns involve galaxies in every aspect. The known universe contains 200 billion galaxies, each of which is unique, immense, and dynamic. Where do galaxies come from? How do they work? What is their future? And how will they die? If you are interested in amazing videos about the universe, be sure to subscribe to our channel to stay updated. This is the Milky Way, our galaxy. Approximately 12 billion years old, the galaxy is a vast disk with enormous spiral arms and a central nucleus. It is only one of countless galaxies in the universe. Galaxies are massive assemblages of stars first and foremost. A typical galaxy could contain 100 billion stars. They are actually stellar nurseries, the locations where stars are formed and perish. The stars in a galaxy are formed in nebulas, which are concentrations of dust and gas. Our galaxy contains billions of stars, many of which have planets and moons orbiting them. But for a very long time, we knew very little about galaxies. A century ago, we believed that the Milky Way was the only galaxy in the universe. In 1924, astronomer Edwin Hubble altered the entire situation. Hubble observed the universe using the most sophisticated telescope available at the time, the 100-inch Hooker on Mount Wilson near Los Angeles. Far, far away, he saw hazy masses of light in the darkness of the night sky. He realized they were not even separate stars. They were entire star-filled cities, constellations far beyond the Milky Way. The astronomers received an existential jolt. We went from the Milky Way galaxy being the only galaxy in the universe to billions of galaxies in a single year. Hubble made one of the finest discoveries in the history of astronomy when he discovered that the universe contains a large number of galaxies rather than just one. This is the Whirlpool Galaxy. It comprises over 160 million stars and is characterized by two enormous spiral arms. In addition, the stars of the huge elliptical galaxy M87 shine with a golden hue, since it is one of the oldest galaxies in the cosmos. And this is the Sombrero Galaxy. Its massive bright core is surrounded by a cloud of gas and dust. All galaxies are very beautiful. They stand in for the fundamental building block of the cosmos. As they spin across space, they resemble enormous pinwheels. Galaxies are enormous on a grand scale. On Earth, we measure distance in miles. In space, astronomers use light years. This is how far light can travel in a year. Our galaxy's diameter is over 100,000 light years, and we're now located at a distance of 25,000 from its center. However, in the grand scheme of things, even it seems like a tiny dot. While the Milky Way seems enormous from Earth, when compared to other galaxies, it is really rather little. Andromeda, the galaxy closest to us, is about 200,000 light years wide, making it twice as large as the Milky Way. M87 is the largest elliptical galaxy in our own cosmic backyard, and much bigger than Andromeda. But M87 is tiny compared to this giant. 6 million light years across, IC1011 is the biggest galaxy ever found. It's 60 times the size of our own Milky Way. It's common knowledge that galaxies are enormous and ubiquitous. But why is this the case? The origin of galaxies is a key mystery in astrophysics. Approximately 13.7 billion years ago, the universe began with what we refer to as the Big Bang, a period of intense heat and density. We know that there could not have been anything like a galaxy at that time. So galaxies must have come from that very early universe and formed from it. For stars to form, and for galaxies to form from those stars, gravity is essential. After the Big Bang, the first stars began to emerge only 200 million years later. The earliest galaxies formed as their masses began to clump together because to gravity. Thanks to the Hubble Space Telescope, we can now see the early universe when galaxies were just beginning to form. Numerous galaxies are visible to the Hubble, the light we see from distant galaxies now. However, really departed those objects many millions or perhaps billions of years ago. What we see now is the distant past of those galaxies, since it took so long for their light to get to us. The Hubble Deep Field reveals a collection of fuzzy dots. They are quite different from the galaxies we see now. We can hardly make out these little specks of light. Those fuzzy patches of light are really millions or billions of stars beginning to combine. The oldest galaxies are represented by these barely visible blotches. They began to take shape around 1 billion years after the Big Bang. However, Hubble's range of visibility ends there. A second sort of telescope, one too large to send into space, is required if we are to travel much farther back in time. Not only can the telescope identify primordial galaxies, but it can also trace their evolution. The evolution of galaxy and galaxy cluster formation may be followed. All the galaxies that have developed since the cosmos was just a few 100,000 years old are leaving their imprints for us to observe. Finally, scientists can begin to answer the question, what did young galaxies look like? Galaxies have evolved from clusters of stars to the complex web of systems we see today, and this process is being seen by astronomers. As far as we can tell, the greatest structures in the universe today originated as star clusters, evolved into galaxies, formed clusters of galaxies, and ultimately coalesced into superclusters of galaxies. There was a lot of stardust, gas, and clumpy structures in the early galaxies. However, modern galaxies seem organized and tidy. When and how can tangled clusters of galaxies become neatly organized spirals and pinwheels? Gravity is the explanation. Galaxies are molded by gravity, and its effects determine their fate. At the center of most galaxies lies an unfathomably strong and destructive gravity source. And our own Milky Way has one hidden at its core. Over 12 billion years have passed since galaxies first appeared. These stellar conglomerations may take many forms, from spirals to giant spheres of stars, as far as we can tell. However, there is still a great deal we don't understand about galaxies. How did galaxies evolve into their present forms? Did spiral galaxies always have to be spirals? The answer is almost certainly no. Young galaxies are a mix of stars, gas, and dust. They are untidy and chaotic. They begin as chaotic formations, like the Whirlpool Galaxy, then over billions of years develop into more orderly forms. The Milky Way wasn't born from a single galaxy, but from a cluster of several. Our Milky Way originated as a collection of disparate formations, objects of varying sizes and shapes that gradually merged to become the galaxy we see today. Gravity is what binds the various components together. Over time, it gradually draws stars closer. They pick up speed and flatten out into a disk shape. Massive spiral arms gather stardust and gas. This process was carried out countless times during the course of the cosmos. While visually distinct, these galaxies share the fact that they all seem to circle the same central object. For a long time, researchers pondered what might possibly alter a galaxy's behavior. And they found out: a black hole. And not just any kind of black hole, but it's a supermassive black hole. The discovery of extreme amounts of radiation coming from the centers of certain galaxies was the first indication of supermassive black holes. Black holes in these galaxies are eating their surroundings, much like a giant Thanksgiving feast. The gas and stars are the supermassive black hole's dinner. Sometimes black holes consume their food so rapidly that they spew it out into space as beams of pure energy. They refer to it as a quasar. The presence of a quasar indicates the presence of a supermassive black hole at the center of the galaxy. However, what about the Milky Way? There's no quasar here. Does it rule out the existence of a supermassive black hole? Observing the motion of the stars is the key to finding the supermassive black hole in the heart of our Milky Way. Like the planets that circle the sun, the stars also move due of gravity. What we discovered was a bizarre and violent environment. At the center of our galaxy, everything is more extreme. Things move very quickly. The stars will be passing one another at high speeds. It is unlike any other place in the universe. The photographs of the stars in orbit showed a remarkable phenomenon. They had to have been traveling at 1,000,000 miles per hour or more. Only a gigantic black hole has the energy to toss large stars around like that. This curvature was the conclusive evidence for a supermassive black hole at the heart of our galaxy, as it is the black hole's gravity that drives the orbits of these stars. A massive black hole measuring 15 million miles wide sits at the heart of our Milky Way galaxy. So, is there any danger to Earth? We are in absolutely no danger of being sucked into our supermassive black hole. It's simply too far away. In reality, the distance between Earth and the supermassive black hole in the heart of the Milky Way galaxy is 25,000 light years. That's many trillions of miles. For the time being, Earth is secure. Although supermassive black holes are the source of enormous quantities of gravity, they are not strong enough to bind galaxies together. In reality, the rules of physics dictate that galaxies should accelerate away from one another. So what's stopping them? Because there's something stronger than a gigantic black hole waiting to be discovered. It is invisible and very difficult to detect. It's called dark matter, and it's everywhere. Supermassive black holes discovered by astronomers are found in the centers of galaxies and are responsible for the rapid movement of stars in their vicinity. However, they are insufficient to hold together all of the stars in a vast galaxy. So what does hold them together? It was a mystery until a maverick scientist proposed that something unknown was in action. Fritz Zwicky, a Swiss astronomer, pondered in the 1930s why galaxies clustered together. He reasoned that because they weren't producing enough gravity, they should be flying apart. However, the force of our own gravity was insufficient. Therefore, he deduced that it must be something that had never been discovered before, something that had never even been considered, and he called it dark matter. Fritz Zwicky was decades ahead of his time, and that's why he graded on the astronomical community. And this is a brilliant idea. But he was correct, you know. It's possible that individual galaxies are also held together by the mysterious substance that Zwicky dubbed dark matter. Galaxies rely on dark matter as a kind of protective framework that keeps them from collapsing and moving about. Now, scientists have discovered that dark matter does more than just bind galaxies together. It may have also triggered their evolution. Scientists believe that after the Big Bang, dark matter started to cluster, and these dark matter clumps evolved into the galaxy's nucleus. However, the nature of dark matter is still a mystery to physicists. Weird things happen with dark matter since we don't know what it is. Obviously, it's not constructed from the same substance that humans are. You can't push against it. You can't feel it. However, it is likely everywhere. It's a ghost-like material that will pass right through you as if you didn't exist at all. Although our understanding of dark matter is limited, it seems to be abundant across the cosmos. That means there must be at least 6 times as much dark matter as regular matter, what humans are comprised of in the cosmos. And the way the cosmos seems to function depends on it. Observations of its effects on light have led to its recent indirect detection in deep space. Through a process known as gravitational lensing, it warps the light. The existence of dark matter may be tested using gravitational lensing. As a ray of light from a distant galaxy travels towards us, its course will be bent around a huge collection of dark matter due to the latter's greater gravitational attraction. Some distant galaxies indeed seem stretched and warped when seen via the Hubble telescope. The picture distortion is due to the presence of dark matter. We can determine the density of dark matter by carefully examining the forms and degrees of distortion of these galaxies. Now more than ever, the importance of dark matter to the cosmos is undeniable. It's what makes galaxies form and stops them from collapsing. Even though it's invisible and undetectable, dark matter rules the cosmos. These galaxies seem to be completely alone. It's true, they are trillions of miles apart. But actually, they live in groups called clusters. And these clusters of galaxies are linked together in superclusters, containing tens of thousands of galaxies. The Milky Way's place in the cosmos remains a mystery. If you look at the overall image, you'll see that our galaxy is associated with a smaller group of galaxies, including about 30 members in total, and that our galaxy and Andromeda are the two largest members of this group. Further observation reveals, however, that our galaxy is embedded inside the Virgo supercluster. Researchers are now making maps of galaxy clusters and superclusters to better understand the cosmos. Galaxies are the immense star empires. The shapes range from enormous balls to intricate spirals. The problem is that they are always evolving. When we stare out into the cosmos, it's easy to assume that our galaxy hasn't changed in eons. It's not. The Milky Way is a dynamic galaxy. Over cosmic eons, its basic nature has been changing. Galaxies don't only evolve, they move as well. And sometimes they run into each other. The two galaxies will merge over millions of years when they collide. This kind of collision occurs all the time in the cosmos. Our own Milky Way is no exception. We are on a collision course with the galaxy Andromeda, and that's terrible news for the Milky Way. At a speed of around 250,000 miles per hour, our Milky Way galaxy will collide with Andromeda in about 5 billion to 6 billion years. It's all over for the Milky Way galaxy. If you could look out into space, you'd see the whole Andromeda galaxy hurtling toward us at a tremendous rate of speed. As the two galaxies interact, they both become more and more disturbed and closer together. There will be a dance of death between the two galaxies. Whenever galaxies collide, they release clouds of gas and dust in all directions. As galaxies collide, their combined gravity rips stars from their orbits and launches them into the void. As we approach doomsday for the Milky Way galaxy, it would be spectacular. The two galaxies will ultimately pass through one another and merge into a single one. The Milky Way and Andromeda, as we know it, will cease to exist, and Milkomeda will be born, and it will look like a whole new galaxy. There's no escaping what's going to happen. The question is, what's it mean for planet Earth? We may either be thrown out into outer space when the arms of the Milky Way galaxy are ripped apart, or we could wind up in the stomach of this new galaxy. Stars and planets will be pushed all over the place, so this may well be the end of planet Earth. Galaxies all over the universe will continue to collide. But this age of galactic cannibalism will eventually pass. Because there is an even more destructive force in the universe, a force that nothing can stop. It will eventually tear the cosmos apart by stretching everything to the point that galaxies are pushed apart from one another. Researchers have identified a new cosmic power. It's called dark energy. Unlike dark matter, dark energy has the opposite effect. It pushes galaxies apart rather than bringing them together. Dark energy, which we've only discovered in the last decade and which dominates the universe, is significantly more enigmatic. We don't have the slightest idea why it's there. What it's made from, we don't really know. We are aware of its presence, but beyond that, our understanding of it is limited. Dark energy is really weird. Things resist and are pushed away from one another as if space itself contained tiny springs. In the far future, scientists predict that dark energy will triumph over dark matter in the cosmos. And with that triumph, galaxies will finally begin to drift apart. Galaxies will eventually die off due to dark energy. It will do this by accelerating the expansion of the universe, forcing all galaxies to recede farther and further away from us until they become invisible and travel faster than the speed of light. Therefore, everything else in the cosmos will vanish before our own eyes. The remainder of the cosmos won't vanish today or tomorrow, but it may after 1 trillion years. Galaxies will be left alone in the void. However, this will not occur for an extremely lengthy period. The cosmos is doing well right now, and galaxies are creating favorable circumstances for life to exist. Without galaxies, I wouldn't be here. You wouldn't be here. Maybe not even life itself would exist. This is fortunate for us. The only reason why life has evolved on Earth is because our minuscule solar system was formed in the correct region of the galaxy. If we were any closer to the center, we wouldn't be here. Life in the center of a galaxy may be extremely hazardous. In point of fact, the proximity of our solar system to the core of our galaxy would render it so radioactive that it would be impossible for life to continue in any form. Too far away from the center would be just as bad. Out there aren't as many stars. We might not exist at all. We are therefore, in a sense, in the Goldilocks zone of the galaxy. Neither too close nor too far away, but just right. There may be millions of stars in the cosmic Goldilocks zone, where conditions are just suitable for life. Furthermore, if our galaxy can support life, then other galaxies should be able to as well. The cosmos is very large, and the really incredible part is that we continue to learn new things about it. Every time we believe we've figured out a solution to an issue, we uncover that it's really part of an even greater one. That's awesome. Our Milky Way galaxy and the galaxies beyond it are rife with mysteries and unanswered questions. Who would have guessed 20 years ago that we would be able to identify the black hole at the center of the galaxy? Who would have predicted 20 years ago that the astronomical community would accept the existence of dark matter and dark energy? We should be astonished to be alive at this particular moment in cosmic history, on this particular planet, on the fringes of this particular galaxy, with the ability to ponder questions and seek answers across the whole cosmos. Galaxies are born, they evolve, they collide, and they die. The Milky Way is a fortunate home for intelligent life. Our fate is intertwined with that of every galaxy. Ultimately, our fate rests in their hands since they are the ones who created us and are shaping our identities. We used to only know about the planets that circled around our sun. But now we know that there are rocky worlds and huge gas clouds that circle other stars. They have a great story to tell. The early history of these planets would have been very, very violent. Planets are made the same way everywhere. They come from the dust and other things that are left over after stars are born. So, if they're all made the same way, what makes them so different? As it turns out, the universe is full of galaxies, gas clouds, stars, and planets. There are 8 worlds in our sun's system. But now we know that they are just a small part of the huge family of planets in the sky. It's a very important moment in the history of science to be sure that there are other systems of planets out there. And in our Milky Way galaxy, which has 200 billion stars, there are probably dozens of planets. NASA sent the Kepler Space Telescope out into space in 2009 on a 6-year mission to find new planets that orbit other stars. So far, they have found more than 400. Some are huge, spinning balls of gas that are 5 times as big as Jupiter. Others are huge, rocky worlds, many times larger than Earth. Some follow wild, erratic orbits, so close to a star they're burning up. One thing is clear. No 2 planets are the same. Each one is unique. But most of these new worlds are very far away and hard to study. Most of what we know about how planets work comes from the 8 that circle our sun. Our own planets come in 2 main types. There are 4 rocky planets in the inner solar system: Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars. And in the outer solar system, there are 4 giant gas planets: Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. Each of the 8 worlds is very different from the other 7. When our solar system was born 4.6 billion years ago, they started to develop their own personalities. When the sun ignited, it released a massive cloud of gas and dust into space. All 8 planets, including the metal planets closer to the sun and the gas planets farther away, came from this cloud of space debris. All of the worlds in our solar system are made of the same materials. They're made from the same cloud of gas and dust, but they formed under very different conditions. Some of them formed close to the sun, where it was much hotter, and some formed far away, where it was much colder. And since the situations were so different, the things that came out of them were also different. So, at the beginning of the solar system, there was a pretty even mix of silicates, water vapor, hydrogen, a lot of hydrogen, methane, and other things. These elements in the dust cloud are like ingredients in a cake. They cook in different ways based on how the ingredients are mixed and how hot the oven is. And you'd mix the ingredients just like you did with the cake. Then you'd put it in the oven and bake it, and it would change. So basically, this is what happened in the solar system. Overall, the planet cooks in a slightly different way, depending on how close it is to the sun. Near the sun, where it is hot, gases are burned off and water boiled away. Only materials that stay solid at high temperatures, like metals and rocks, can survive. This is why only rocky planets form close to the sun. As a planet moves farther away from the sun, it cooks in a different way. But what kind of planets will form depends on what's in the cloud. Based on what kind of cloud a solar system forms in, it might not have any rocky planet because it didn't have enough materials to make something like Earth. Instead, it might have more gas giants and none at all. If you want planets that are made of rock, you need a cloud full of metals and rocks. The next step is to turn down the heat. As it cools, some of the things in it that have a high boiling point start to condense out as solids. And these very small mineral grains can start to form. These tiny pieces of rock and minerals are the beginnings of a new rocky world. They start to stick together over time. If you had one dust molecule and another dust molecule, and they would basically hit each other and make one slightly bigger dust molecule, and they'd keep getting more and more. This process is called accretion. As these things got bigger, they became basically rocks. Then rocks slam into other rocks and form boulders. Boulders smash together to form bigger boulders. At some point, you'll have something big enough that its weight is strong enough to start pulling things towards it. So instead of just crashing into things and getting bigger that way, it was actively pulling things in. At first, there were a lot of young planets in our own solar system. Maybe 100. Most of them didn't make it. If you go to the asteroid belt and look at the asteroid 4 Vesta, you can get a good idea of how big a hard planet has to be before it can pull itself into a sphere shape. Vesta is only 329 miles across, which isn't quite big enough to be a sphere. To become round, a growing planet needs to be 500 miles across. Then, it has enough gravity to crush it into a sphere. Any smaller, and it stays in irregular shape. Every time a round baby planet crashes into something, it makes it hotter and hotter until it starts to melt. Gravity is now starting to sort the heavy things from the lighter ones. Lighter things tend to float up and form a crusty layer, while heavy things, like most metals, fall down and form a much denser core at the planet's center. Finally, the young planets are starting to look like planets. But now, they have to make it through a time of violence and destruction, a cruel time that will decide which planets will live and which will die. After the sun was made, all 8 of our planets came from the same cloud of dust and gas, but they turned out to be very different. There was no real plan for how each of the new planets should be made. They did follow the rules of physics and chemistry, but most of what happened was just a matter of luck. About 4.5 billion years ago, our sun was surrounded by about 100 young planets. It turned into a demolition derby. Planet hit planet. Most were wiped out. The early history of these planets would have been very, very violent, with many of these collisions happening in the last stages of each planet's growth. As these collisions happened and things ran into each other, some of the planetesimals started to grow at the expense of the others. And these things that would eventually become planets grew and grew. As they got bigger, they sucked up all the smaller planetesimals around them, which caused a lot of space debris to hit the surface of the protoplanet. After it was over, there were only 4 different rocky planets left. Because of the things that happened to each planet in the past, they are all so different from each other. Mars is a frozen wasteland. Earth flows with liquid water. Venus is a place full of volcanoes. And Mercury is small, empty, and very hot because of a huge crash. Mercury, for example, has a very thin crust and is very dense. So, it could have been a bigger planet in the past. Then something hit it at an angle, which tore off the lighter crust and left only the dense center. Also hit hard was the young Earth. At the end of the Earth's development, it was hit by something else, which tore apart its mantle and sent the pieces into orbit around the Earth, where they regathered to form the Moon. Something also seems to have crashed into Mars. The crust of the Earth is thinner in the north than in the south. One idea about what might have caused this is that the northern hemisphere of Mars was hit by something early in the planet's history, which blew off a lot of its crust, and that crust started to build up again in the south of Mars. There were 2 effects of all these collisions. They cut down on the number of baby planets that were still alive, and they brought more ingredients to the survivors. If you had a collision with something that was metal, rich, those chunks would tend to descend down into what was becoming the core. Where if you collided with something light or icy, they would tend to just float about and form part of the crust instead. Near the sun, there were 4 rocky planets that were almost done. They were made of a solid core of hot iron surrounded by a layer of liquid iron and a shell of molten rock. On top of that is a crust on the surface. All of these rocky planets were made the same way from the same basic materials. But each of them was very different. Different sizes and very different destinies. Space may look empty, but it's not. It's full of stuff blown out of the sun. Strong magnetic fields are made by the sun. These fields rise up in giant loops above the surface. When they hit each other, a storm of very hot, very charged particles shoots out into space. The name for it is the solar wind. Astronauts can see it from space, but only when they close their eyes. When you close your eyes, you sometimes see a little flash. And that flash of light is caused by an energetic particle going through your head and interacting with the fluid in your eye. And you see one of these every few minutes. Solar wind could kill the astronauts if they were exposed to a lot more of it. During the Apollo program, there was an explosion on the sun between 2 moon missions that would have killed the astronauts if they were there. So, radiation in space is a big deal. But here on Earth, the solar wind doesn't pose much of a threat because we are protected by an invisible magnetic field that comes from the center of the Earth. You can make magnetic fields from motion by converting the energy of the motion into magnetic energy. Deep inside the Earth, the same thing happens. As the Earth spins, the hot liquid metal flows around the solid core, turning its energy into a magnetic field that comes out of the poles. It keeps the solar wind from getting into the atmosphere of the planet. And if the planet has a magnetic field, the magnetic field will send the solar wind around the planet. The solar wind is pushed away from Earth by the magnetic field, which protects the atmosphere and everything on the surface. Big storms of solar radiation can sometimes mix up the magnetic field. Then, big light shows called auroras happen over the poles. Without a magnetic force field, Earth's atmosphere and water would be blown away by the solar wind, leaving a planet that is dead and dry, a lot like Mars. Mars was made the same way Earth was, but today it's cold and dry, and there's not much going on. So why have the 2 planets changed so much? NASA sent 2 robots to Mars in 2004 to find out what was there. The Spirit and Opportunity rovers looked at miles of the surface of Mars. They proved that Mars is a dry, dangerous desert with only the atmosphere of Earth. But they did find signs that water used to be there. Mars wasn't always a dry, barren place. We have found strong evidence that water was once below the surface, rose to the surface, and evaporated away. In a few places, we can also see ripples that are made when water flows over sand. So, not only was there water under the ground, it had flowed across the surface. If Mars used to have water, it probably also had a lot of atmosphere around it. So what happened? We can see that there were volcanoes on Mars in the past, so it had a hot interior at some point. And because it was made of the same stuff as Earth, it would have had a hot iron core surrounded by liquid metal in the middle. It should have also had a magnetic field. The question is, where did it go? Early in the planet's history, Mars apparently had a strong magnetic field. And it was probably caused in the same way as it is on Earth. But Mars is a smaller planet than Earth. Because of this, it will lose heat more quickly. And that means that a liquid core can become solid when it freezes. If you completely freeze the core, the convection will stop. The flow stops, and the magnetic field disappears. As soon as the magnetic shield stopped working, The solar wind blew away the atmosphere and the water evaporated. Mars turned into a cold, empty place. The rocky planets, Mars, Earth, Venus, and Mercury, all formed within 150 million miles of the Sun. But 4 times farther out, the Sun baked a very different kind of planet. These monsters are very big, made of gas, and have no solid surfaces at all. So far, astronomers have found more than 400 new planets in solar systems far away. Almost every one of them is huge and made of gas. Our solar system has 4 of these so-called gas giants: Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, all of which have thick, soupy atmospheres with lots of hydrogen, helium, and methane. Why are these outer 4 made of gas when the inner ones are rocky? It's very cold here, 500 million miles from the Sun. At the start of the solar system, there was some dust, but mostly gas and water, frozen in ice grains. It was cold enough to make solid snow where the big planets began to form. And we think that we were able to make ice snowflakes, and that these were able to stick together to form the cores of the giant planets. We think that's why the big planets might have grown so big. Because there was so much ice and gas, their cores grew to be about 10 times the size of Earth. A lot of gravity came from these big cores. They had so much pull that they sucked in all the gas around them and made thick, soupy atmospheres that went down tens of thousands of miles. The more gravity they made, the bigger they got. More and more dust and debris kept getting pulled towards the planets, and this is what made up their moons. Each of Jupiter and Saturn has more than 60 moons. The gas planets have something else that makes them unique: rings. Saturn is different from the other planets because it has these beautiful rings. It turns out that Jupiter, Uranus, and Neptune also have rings, but they are very weak and hard to find. But they are there. There are rings around all 4 of the gas giants, but Saturn's are the most obvious. From far away, Saturn's rings look like a single flat disk, but in reality, they are made up of thousands of small rings that are only a few miles wide each. When the Cassini probe flew by, it found that billions of pieces of ice and space debris were moving around inside the rings at up to 50,000 miles per hour. These pieces of ice and rock hit each other all the time. Some of them turn into small moons. Some of them fall apart. But they never grow bigger because Saturn's huge gravity pulls them apart. Scientists are just now starting to figure out how the rings came to be. The idea is that a comet hit a moon and knocked it out of its orbit, bringing it closer to the planet. Saturn's gravity tore it to pieces. All of that stuff got stuck in rings that went around the planet. But the real mysteries of the gas giants are deep inside them, tens of thousands of miles below the clouds. Here is where things really get going. It's a place so extreme that it goes against the natural laws. Most of the new planets we find orbiting faraway stars are huge gas planets. They are so big that Jupiter seems small next to them. But nobody knows what happens inside gas giant planets, whether they are in our solar system or far away. We know that Jupiter's thick atmosphere goes down 40,000 miles, and we can see bands of gas moving at high speeds that make violent storms on its surface. But we don't know what's happening inside, far below the storms. NASA sent the Galileo spacecraft on a 14-year trip to Jupiter to find out. December 7, 1995. Galileo sent a probe into Jupiter's atmosphere, which it did at a speed of 160,000 miles per hour. As it fell through the thick air, the parachute slowed it down. It saw lightning in the clouds and 450-mile-per-hour winds. The probe transmitted data back to Earth for 58 minutes. What happened to the Galileo probe that we dropped in? It didn't hit anything. It just kept falling into Jupiter's environment, and the pressure kept going up and up and up. As it fell, it measured pressures 23 times higher than on Earth and temperatures over 300 degrees higher than on Earth. When you're in the environment of a gas giant and you go deeper and deeper into this soup of hydrogen, which has no solid surface, it can still be very heavy. And so eventually you would be crushed by the overlying weight of the material that's there. Even though the probe only went 124 miles down before it was crushed, it showed scientists what Jupiter's inside looked like. But the dark heart of the planet still remains a mystery. Like some rocky planets, the gas giants have a magnetic field too. Jupiter's magnetic field is 20,000 times stronger than Earth's, and so big that it goes all the way to Saturn, which is more than 400 million miles away. Like on Earth, Jupiter's magnetic field keeps the solar wind away from the atmosphere and keeps it safe. When scientists looked at Jupiter's magnetic field, they found that it affected the moons of Jupiter. The volcanic moon Io orbits only 217,000 miles from the planet. Every second, Io's volcanoes send a ton of gas and dust into space. It gets even stronger because of Jupiter's magnetic field, which makes powerful belts of radiation. And this makes the area around Jupiter very busy in a lot of ways. If you point a radio antenna at Jupiter, you can hear how the planets and the magnetic field interact with each other. Jupiter and Saturn can make auroras without the solar wind. They make their own magnetic fields because they're so big. These auroras show that planets with gas also have magnetic fields. But how do magnetic fields get made on gas planets? On Earth, the job is done by a very hot liquid metal that spins around the planet's solid iron core. Most likely, gas planets do about the same thing. But gas planets don't have iron cores that get very hot. They formed around frozen cores of dust and ice. So we don't really know what's going on inside. We really don't.
A man was walking through a forest late one afternoon when he unexpectedly came across an abandoned house. His YouTube channel is dedicated to his love of dog training and has nothing to do with the paranormal. This would all change on September 14th, 2016, when he made his way towards a well that was located near an abandoned house. What he captured on camera still remains a mystery to this very day. As he pans the camera down towards the well, he captures a creepy pale face with glowing blue eyes. Once he realizes what he captured, he quickly runs away. Did he capture an unknown cryptid or something else entirely? You be the judge. A man was walking through a forest late one afternoon when
Ay, bumigat siya, oh! Ang laki! Lucky me kasano pa.
Balik tayo sa distab. May pasabog si Senator Amy. May pasabog si Senator Amy. Pero medyo unusual yung pasabog ni Senator Amy tungkol sa distab. Medyo weird. Recently, si Senator Amy has been all over the place. Has been all over the place. So, ito kasi yun. Alleged distab plot versus Marcos admin coming from the inside. Inside job pa pala. Inside job pa pala yung distab. Ang sabi, Senator Amy Marcos on Thursday said she believes the alleged destabilization plot against the administration of her brother is coming from the inside. Interviewed on Super Radio DCWB, Senator Marcos said she already discussed the alleged plot with President Marcos, who said was a bit skeptical about it. Medyo weird naman talaga yun, mga kojero. Medyo weird talaga yun. Pero bago natin gawin yan, as usual, mga kotsero, magsa-shoutout muna tayo sa mga kaibigan natin sa Sendwave. So kayo po ay nasa US, UK, Canada, Italy, France, Spain, Ireland, and Belgium. May pwede na po yung magpadala sa Pilipinas gamit po ang inyong cellphones. Okay, sa pamamagitan po ni Sendwave. Ang gagawin nyo lang, i-download ang Sendwave app, makain na account, lagay nyo ba ang account details nyo dyan, at pwede na magpadala sa GCash, sa mga bangko at iba't ibang mga pawn shop. At kapag ginamit pa ba kayong promo code na Coach Jared, ay makakuha kayo ng karagdagan $20 free credit sa inyong unang padala. Kaya mga kotsero, gamitin na si Sendwave for all of your remittance needs.
Nasa linya natin, Chairman ng Senate Committee on Electoral Reforms and People's Participation, Senador Amy Marcos. Senador Amy, si Igan tsaka si Connie, good morning po.
Good morning po.
Good morning. Kumusta naman kayo? Happy New Year.
Energy.
I love the energy.
Magpapail ka raw ng reso ba o para imbisigahan itong umiikot na unchip naman, ₱100 for People's Initiative?
Kaya nga, pambira naman, ibibenta ba naman ang konstitusyon sa 40 peso, Diyos ko. At nag-file na ako, final ko na kahapon, nakakainis eh. Dahil kasi nga, lahat ng mga district, yung ating mga kongresista, pati mga mayor, abalang-abala, nagtatanong, ma'am, ano ho ba to? Pinapapirma kami. Pero, ang kumakalat ng mga video, sinasabi na yung pamimigay ng ayuda sa AIX, tupad at iba pa, magiging batas daw kapag pumirma. Ang nakasulat naman na tanong, kung boboto daw yung Senate at saka yung House. Tungkol sa Constitution, ang labo. Hindi mo maintindihan.
Oo. Sabi nga nila, ma'am, 100, di ba napakaliit. Pero sa totoo, ang nabanggit nyo po, may 20 million per district, no? Na ino-offer.
Parang gano'n ang alok kasi may 5 million AIC sa DSWD, tapos yung MAIP yung sa DOH, tapos sa DSWD at DOH, meron pang 5 million sa tupad ng DOLE. Total is 20 million kada distrito. So, mag-produce daw sila ng 20,000 na signatures by January 13, last day.
Pinabulaan na po dito sa amin mismo ng DOLE at ng DOH, although hindi daw sila investigating body, pero welcome daw po sila na makipag-participate sa ganitong mga allegation na Senador.
Tama, kasi dapat ipagtanggol nila yung sarili nila. Alam naman natin, itong mga programang to, mga emergency funding, umpisa to ng COVID, at kapag may pinsala, pag may bagyo, lindol, at iba pa, yan talaga ang binibigay sa mga hindi nako-cover ng 4Ps. Ngayon, bakit naging pantay-pantay lahat na distrito? Lahat ba linindol? Lahat ba binagyo? Ano ba yun? Kaya nakakapagtaka. Tapos, ito namang kon-kon, ang sabi nga, ako dapat lang magpasimuno sa pagbabago ng konstitusyon matapos kami umalis, yung Cory administration, paghihiganti daw itong konstitusyon na to, kaya laban sa Marcos. Ako naman, kung totoo man yun, ang problema, talagang hindi napapanahon dahil ang dai-dai natin problema at saka kung may 14 billion na budget na ilulustay dyan, ipamili na lang ng bigas at gasolina, pambira naman.
Pero, Senator Amy, sabi ng...
Parang medyo disagree ako doon sa sinabi ni Senator Amy. Bakit? doon sa punto ng kasi lagi excuses timing eh. It's always the excuse. It's always the excuse since 1987. Hindi ito ang tamang panahon. Hindi ito ang tamang panahon. Hindi ito ang tamang panahon. 30 years later, hindi pa rin tamang panahon. Kailan mo ba darating ang tamang panahon? Kailan mo darating ang tamang panahon? Nalampasan na tayo ni Thailand. Nalampasan na tayo ni Vietnam. Mga kotsero, 1970 something, mas mahirap pa po sa atin ang Vietnam. Ngayon, mas mayaman na sa atin ang Vietnam. Kailan yung tamang panahon? Kasi, the poor will always be there. Biblical yan. Hindi naman nawawala ng mahirap eh. Panahon pa ni Jesus, may mahirap na eh. Ang trabaho lang ng ating gobyerno, bawasan yung insidente ng paghihirap. Padaliin yung pamamaraan ng pagkita ng pera. Para lahat may pera. Di ba? Para ang sukatan, sino ang may ang tataas yung standard of living ng may pinakamababang sinasahod. Yun yung ibig kong sabihin. O paano kapag yung pinakamahirap sa Pilipinas? Let's say, ngayon ang pinakamahirap sa Pilipinas yung hindi ka makakain ng 3 beses sa isang araw. Yun ang pinakamahirap. Minsan, 1 beses lang. Minsan, kalahat. Hindi ka pa nakakain sa isang araw. Halimbawa lang. Yun ang standard ng pinakamahirap. What if mag-charter change tayo, tapos in the future, ang magiging standard na ngayon ng pagiging mahirap ay 3 beses ka lang sa isang araw kumakain. Mahirap ka na nun. Diba? Kasi inangat mo yung standard of living na mahihirap eh. Na, mahirap ka lang, 3 beses kang kumain sa isang araw. Kami, 8. Ganon. Diba? Hindi lang naman yun eh. Kasi there will always be people who will have less. Pero sana yung less, nabubuhay pa rin ng maayos. Those who have less. Patawan na lang yung excuses eh. Kailan yung tamang panahon? Kailan?
Pilconsa, kausap namin si Attorney Jimeno, yung governor nila, yung economic provisions on foreign investment talaga daw po ang nakikita nilang problema para hindi tayo makaunlad kasi andun yung pera pero 40% of ownership daw lang po. So mahigpit kaya hindi pumapasok dito yung investment. Are you in favor of dun sa provision na yon?
Alam mo, nagtataka nga ako dyan kasi alin bang economic provisions? Ibigay sa amin yung listahan. Asan yung listahan ng economic provisions? Ang totoo, nagawa na namin ng paraan yan na walang kagastos-gastos at nung panahon ng Presidente Duterte, dahil dun sa konstitusyon, sinasabi in accordance with law. Ibig sabihin, yung batas, pag binago, pwedeng baguhin.
No, it's not. It's not.
Ngayon,
It's not. It is not. Diyos ko, pinamemorize namin yan sa ano. It's not. It's not in accordance with law. Walang ganun. O, puntahan natin. Diyos ko. Trigger ako dun na. Narinig ko na to kanina pero siguro hindi ako masyado nag-pay attention. Medyo na-trigger ako dun sa parte na yun. Walang in accordance with law dun. Ang merong in accordance with law ay yung para sa political dynasties. Kaya hanggang ngayon, hindi pa rin ginagawan ng batas. Sorry, mga kotsero, I really have to say this because I'm an advocate of charter change. Ngayon, ayan na nakasulat, The state may directly undertake such activities. Ano yung activities? The exploration, development, and utilization of natural resources ng Pilipinas. The state may directly undertake such activities or it may enter into co-production, joint venture, or production sharing agreements with Filipino citizens or corporations or associations at least 60% of whose capital is owned by such citizens. Malinaw ho yan, Sen Aimee. Malinaw ho yan. Ang sinasabi ni Senator Aimee, siguro itong next part. Ito. Such agreements may be for a period not exceeding 25 years, renewable for not more than 25 years, and under such terms and conditions as may be provided by law. Baka ito yung sinasabi ni Senator Aimee. Ngayon, mga kakotsero, simple lang ho naman ang interpretation nito. Ano ho ba yung as provided by law? Di yung 60%. Ito kasi yung constitution Ito yung basic. Ito yung foundational law ng Pilipinas. Walang pwedeng bumangga dito. Kapag merong nakasulat na as may be provided by law dito, ang ibig sabihin yan, lahat ng batas. Those that are written by Congress and the Constitution. Yun ho yan. Hindi ho yan exempted. Walang exemption dyan. Ito, the Congress may by law, o baka ito rin sinasabi ni Senator Amy, allow for small-scale utilization of natural resources by Filipino citizens. Filipino citizens lang. Linaw-linaw kasi. Ang linaw-linaw ho kasi, Senator Amy. Hindi ko binabati ko Senator Amy ha, pero dito, na-trigger ako doon sa sinabi niya ng as may be provided by law. The President may enter into agreements with foreign-owned corporations involving either technical, financial assistance, etc., etc., according to the general terms and conditions provided by law. Same principle, mga kotsero, it also includes the provisions of the Constitution. Because the Constitution is not self-defeating. Hindi ho niya kukontrahin ang kanyang sarili. Ibig sabihin, mga kotsero, pwede ka lang magdagdag. As far as regulations are concerned, pwede kang magdagdag ng batas that will support any provision of the Constitution. Pwede yun. Walang problema doon. Dadagdagan mo ng batas. Pero hindi ka pwedeng kumontra dito. Ano yung basic, ano yung principle? Ano yung foundational principle dito? Redundant na nga eh. Foundational pa, principle pa. 60%. At least 60%. That's foundational sa Constitution. At marami na akong jurisprudence that says that. So you cannot discount. Ito, yung parte na yan. 60% na yan. Balik natin doon sa parte na yun.
Sinasabi, in accordance with law. Ibig sabihin, yung batas, pag binago, pwedeng baguhin. Eh ngayon, napatunayan natin na bago natin.
It cannot. Yung Constitution do hindi it's foundational nga. Ibig sabihin, saligang batas. Kaya sa saligang batas, ibig sabihin, yan yung pader na sinasandalan ng lahat ng batas sa Pilipinas. So it cannot work. It cannot work. Sorry sa mga supporters si Senator Amy, but, you know, kahit tanong nyo sa mga abogado na, it cannot work. Alam nyo yung jurisprudence recently, yung sa yung tripartite agreement ng Pilipinas, China at Vietnam, 'di ba? Nag-decision ng Supreme Court na dinismiss ng Supreme Court yung petition, 'di ba? Bakit? Because of Article 12 Section 2. 60-40. Tuloy natin.
Yung retail trade. So, nakakapasok na kahit maliliit na investor na puti. Mga foreigner.
But that's
Tapos,
RCEP.
yung telecoms at media, napaltan na natin yan through the Public Services Act, through law. And then sa akin, yung Foreign Investment Code, ang dami ng pinalawak na mga sektor na pwedeng pumasok ang mga dayuhan.
Okay.
Kaya kung ano man yung economic provisions na yun, alin ba talaga para paltan na natin, hindi sa pamamaraang ito, sa panahong ito at sa bilihang ganto, abay, pwede naman paltan sa ibang pamamaraan. Alam ko si Presidente, si Bongbong, nag-uusap kami, hindi pa siya Presidente, sabi niya, naku, wag na muna natin pasukan yan, kahit sinasabing laban sa atin. At ang dami pang gutom, hindi pa tayo nakakabangon sa COVID.
Oo. Ma'am, ito nga, meron din.
Alam niyo mga kotsero, tignan nyo, may mga batas na, di ba? Andyan yung batas Foreign Investment Code, Public Service Act, etc. etc. Andyan yung mga batas, di ba? Ano pa rin yung sinusunod? 60-40 pa rin, di ba? Sino ang nagpapasok ng investment sa Pilipinas? Ayala. Di ba? Itong bago, Ayala. Laging may partner na Pilipino. Ito, si NGCP. Since na-mention si NGCP. 40% China. 60% Filipino. Although, nagkaroon ng loophole doon. Bakit? Kasi dalawang Pilipino, tag 30%. Nakagulat nga, pumayag ang Pilipinas dyan. So, ibig sabihin, mga kotsero, makakapasok lang ang negosyante sa Pilipinas pag may mga mamumuhunan na 60%. Sinong ordinaryong Pilipino ang may bilyon-bilyong pera para maipag-partner kay Starlink? Di mga oligarko lang. Sila-sila lang din. O nung panahon ni Digong, Public Service Act, nakapasok ang Huawei sa Pilipinas. Sino ang nagpasok sa Huawei? Dito Telecom. Dennis Uy. Up and coming oligarch yun Si Dennis Uy. Bakit? May pangkapital siya Kaya niyang i-match yung 60% na investment ng Huawei. Tingin nyo ba the ordinary Tom, Dick, or Harry? Or siguro kahit hindi na Tom, Dick, or Harry. The regular businessman. Kaya niyang tapatan ng investment ni Elon Musk sa Starlink sa Pilipinas? No. Kaya dito sa Pilipinas, ang mayayaman, a great percentage of the wealth of the Philippines ay umiikot sa kamay ng mga oligarko. Hindi ko naiintindihan what's complicated, what's so difficult to understand about revising the economic provisions of the Constitution. At medyo nagulat ako sinabi ni Senator Amy nung sinabi niya na alin ba yung economic provisions na dapat balikan, dapat baguhin. Isang article lang naman yun, Article 12 lang, ma'am. Alam mo yan, alam na niya yan. Tuloy natin.
Ho ba kayo nabalitaan ukol doon sa alegasyon po ni Representative Lagman na meron daw inilagay na dagdag na 12 billion doon sa budget po ng COMELEC na 2 billion para po daw ito gagamitin daw sa panggasto sa charter change
Tama yun, Con. Dahil nagulat kami at ang hiningi lang ni Presidente budget 2 billion para sa COMELEC. Ngayon, as usual, lahat ng ahensya dumadaing sa Senate at sa Congress, dagdag please. Di sabi namin, pakinggan namin ang hinihingi nila, karagdagan daw para sa opisina, sa mga sweldo ng tao nila. Dahil kung saan-saan sila malimos at squatter lang sila sa mga opisina ng LGU. Sabi namin, sige, pwedeng dagdagan. Nagulat naman kami, biglang may 12 billion na dinagdag. At ngayon, hindi na ito pang opisina or pang empleyado, kundi magiging pang charter change. Bakit ganon? Hindi naman yata pwedeng paltan yung purpose. Ang pagkaintindi ko, technical malversation kapag pinago-bago mo yung purpose.
Ito po ay confirmed. Kasi sinasabi, yung confirmation po ito sinasabi naman ho ni Representative Saldico ng Albay. At sabi niya, parang hindi daw ito nila hiningi. Ang humingi daw nito mismo ay ang Commission on Elections. Ano ho ba ang totoo talaga?
Ang totoo, lagi naman lahat ng ahensya humingi ng karagdagan budget. Lalo pa ngayon, alam mo naman talagang pahirapan ngayon ang budget dahil naghahabol tayo sa mga infrastructure, mga kalsada, mga repair, at may COVID na, may bagyo pa, may lindol pa. Pero, yun nga, ang sinasabi ko, wala namang hinihingi tungkol sa plebiscite, sa People's Initiative, sa Constitution. Ang alam ko, ako kasi yung chairman ng Electoral Reform, hinihingi rin sa akin Ang sabi talaga ganito, kulang nga daw, wala raw silang sariling opisina, etc. etc. Tama naman. At pati yung building nila, hindi pa nasisimulan.
Okay, so confirmed to.
Hindi naman para sa ganito.
Okay, pero nakalagay ho doon sa 12 billion for charter change talaga?
Hindi ko nga, kailangan nga basahin. Ito nga ang problema kasi yung bicameral meetings namin, nagiging photo op lang. Hindi na nababasa ng todo-todo dun sa mga micro bicam na sila na nag-uusap. Yan ang masaklap. Nagkakaonsehan, nakaka-nervous to. Pero nakita ko, bago magpasko, may listahan ng timeline. May timeline daw to At 15 December to 3 January, printing of signature sheets. 4 January to 12, explanation, ads, gather signatures. Kompleto
Sana
na
i-post si Senator Amy sa page niya,
consolidation, 13 to 17 January. Tapos 19, file the petition with the clerk of COMELEC. 22 January, tapos na unboxing. Ayan na, sufficiency and COMELEC and bank. Naku, ratsyada na to, pambihirang buhay
So,
to.
ano ho ang ating security naman na hindi ho ito mare-railroad? Kasi may mga petsa-petsa pa tayo na babanggit.
Wait lang ha, sagutin natin yung yung 13 billion daw. Nagsalita kasi ang COMELEC dyan. Ngayon din. Additional 13 billion in 2024 budget can be used for possible cha-cha plebiscite. Possible. Yung sinabi ng COMELEC. Pero, sabi sa The Source kanina ni Garcia, Chairman Garcia, he admitted that he was surprised when it was placed under the item Recall, Initiative, Referendum, and Other Election Preparation. Ang sabi na lang namin nung makita namin yung budget, siguro kaya nilagay doon sa election preparation, total naman yung preparatory national election and local election 2025, papasok pa rin sa preparatory. Kasi mga kotsero, pag-election na talaga tayo next year. Sabi, he confirmed this can be used to fund a possible plebiscite if such will be set for this year. Okay. Tama naman. Alam niyo kung bakit? Kasi isasama yun dun sa balota eh. Isasama ho yun dun sa balota kung papayag ka o hindi. So, kaya sila nagpapasignature campaign, isasubmit nila kay COMELEC. Si COMELEC naman magdidesisyon kung isasama sa election natin yan sa plebiscite next year. Kaya yan, kaya may ganun signature campaign. Ang akin lang, ang pangit ng atake nila sa signature campaign. Ang pangit talaga. Ang sabi, House Appropriations Committee Chairman and ako, Bicol Representative Elizalde ko, clap back at lagman saying it was Garcia who personally appealed to restore their budget. Again, with the 2025 national and local elections in mind. Tuloy natin. Railroad. Sabi, baka raw ma-railroad. Okay.
Ito na, consolidation, 13 to 17 January. Tapos 19, file the petition with the clerk of COMELEC. 22 January, tapos na unboxing. Ayan na, sufficiency and COMELEC and bank. Naku, ratsyada na to, pambihirang buhay to.
Ano ho ang ating security naman na hindi ho ito mare-railroad? Kasi may mga petsa-petsa pa tayo na babanggit dito. Nakaka-nervous pagka ganitong parang may railroading sa mga ganito pong probisyon na gagalawin yung ating saligang batas.
Tama nga kasi nga, eto nga, umaalma nga yung mga senador pagkat gusto nila, boboto daw kami ng sabay-sabay. 24 lang kami.
Mali talaga yun.
Sila. Ano na lamang yung boto namin.
Magiging minorya kayo.
I'm with Senator Amy there.
Tama. Parang nakakatawa naman sila na lang. At ang maliwanag, yung Korte Suprema, may kaso din may Santiago case na sinasabi, wala pang procedure na at na kumpleto tungkol dito sa People's Initiative. Hindi pa sapat yung proseso. Pero definitely, itong santong paspasan na ganito, talaga hindi po pwede yan.
Okay. Senator? Agree ako doon sa punto na yun kay Senator Amy. Na merong mali sa proseso ng pagkuha ng quote-unquote People's. I don't even believe this is People's Initiative. Kasi hindi nila sinusunod yung proseso Meron naman ng jurisprudence dyan, dalawa. Sinabi ni Senator Amy, isa lang. Santiago versus COMELEC. Meron pa isa, Lambino versus COMELEC. Dalawa yan. May jurisprudence na dyan na nagsasabi kung paano dapat ginagawa yan. So, may malinaw na nabasihan. At hindi ito yon, hindi ganito yung proseso dapat. Hindi ganito. Meron din akong kaba na baka parang nire-railroad. At saka ang pangit nung, sabi ko nga sa inyo, di ba, ilang araw ko nang sinasabi to. Bakit yung nakasulat doon sa People's Initiative na gusto nilang gawin ay hindi Article 12 kung saan nandun yung economic provisions? Bakit ang nakasulat doon sa kanilang pinapakalat na pinipirmahan Article 17 kung saan ang pamamaraan kung paano binabago ang konstitusyon? Ang gusto nilang gawin, yung Section 1, Paragraph 1, palitan nila na instead of the Congress voting with the 3/4 of the majority, dadagdagan nila ng jointly at the call of the Senate President and the House of Representatives. Ibig sabihin, pagsasamahin yung dalawang kamara sa botohan ng charter change. So sa ibang bagay, bicameral tayo. Pero sa pagdating sa revision ng Constitution, nagiging unicameral tayo. That is a change in principle. Hindi pwede ang People's Initiative dyan. In-explain ko na yan isang araw pa. Ang People's Initiative is only for amendments, not for revisions. At ang gusto nilang gawin dito sa pinapapirmahan nila is a revision of the Constitution. Agree ako din sa sinabi natin ni Senator Amy. Parang minamadali. At hindi ako agree doon sa minamadali.
Tumutol ka sa Maharlika funds?
That's right. That's right.
May mungkahi na yung pondong yan, baka pwedeng tulungan ng NGCP matuloy mga proyekto para hindi na maulit itong malawakang brownout dito sa
Off-topic bigla si Arn na.
Area. Are you in favor?
Ako'y nalilito doon. Kaya nga, sinasabi ko, nalilito talaga ako. Kasi, infrastructure and investment fund ba yan? O sovereign fund ba yung Maharlika? Kaya nga, hindi ako bumoto kasi hindi maliwanag.